Today is Tuesday, August the 12th, 2025. It's 9 a.m. and we're in the central jury room of the Ralph J. Walton Jr. Justice Center at 1200 West Pearl Street in Granbury, Texas. We're very pleased to have with us today the Honorable Pastor Mike McMahon of Fellowship Church to give us the invocation. Pastor McMahon.
Father, in the name of Jesus, we bring before you Hood County and its leaders. Lord, you say in your word that you admonish leaders for our sake so we may live a quiet and peaceful life in all godliness and honesty. Well, we pray that skillful and godly wisdom has entered the heart of our court and that knowledge is pleasant to them, that discretion watches over them, and understanding keeps and delivers them from evil influences. We pray that the upright shall dwell in our county government, that leaders of integrity, blameless and complete in your sight, Lord, shall remain, but the wicked are cut off and the treacherous rooted out. We pray that those in authority separate the wicked from the good. Thank you that your mercy, truth, and faithfulness preserves those in authority, and their offices are upheld by the people's loyalty. We confess and believe that the decisions made by our leaders are divinely directed by you, Lord, and they shouldn't transgress in judgment. Thank you that our leaders are people of discernment, understanding, and knowledge, so the stability of Hood County will long continue. We pray that the uncompromisingly righteous will be in authority so the people in Hood County can rejoice. We pray and believe that the good news of the gospel is published in our land, and we thank you for laborers of the harvest who proclaim that Jesus is Lord here. Thank you for the intercessors who pray for Hood County. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now pledge the great state of Texas. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Okay. First item we're going to address today is the open mic or citizens' comments at large. And we have 7 at this time. And as you all know, if you want to speak on an agenda item, you must fill out a public participation form and hand it to Sheriff Deeds. He will in turn hand it to Christine, our county clerk, and she will then mark it and put you in queue to be read at the appropriate time. So our first speaker today is Donna Adair.
Good morning, y'all.
Good morning. Yeah.
My name is Donna Adair. I live at 8002 Contrary Creek Road, about a mile from the Marathon Bitcoin mining plant. I'm going to try to stick to this because I tend to go off on rabbit trails. In October of 2023, the peaceful, quiet country home my husband and I had planned to retire in was invaded by a noise that has not stopped since. Except this morning, I noticed it wasn't loud, so I went by there and they're running real quiet this morning for some reason. We soon discovered it was a Bitcoin mining plant owned by a huge multi-billion-dollar out-of-state company, Marathon Data. I know y'all all heard about the health issues with the low frequency vibrations and noise coming from the plant 24/7. My husband and I have constant ringing in our ears that started shortly after the noise started, and that hasn't stopped either. The loss of wildlife in the surrounding areas, property value drastically reduced, quality of life lessened. It's a lot harder to sit on your back porch and listen to the birds when you hear that running. Higher electric bills for us. Marathon buys its electricity directly from Constellation Energy at a reduced rate and uses a ton of electricity. Anyway, I know y'all heard about all this because I've come up here and said all this before, more than once. Some of the people living in the area have tried just about everything to get Marathon gone or quieted. Marathon could fix this sound issue by putting the computers and fans into buildings, as some companies have done, but that would be super expensive, and why should they do it when they can get away with what they're doing now? They put on a great show for the uninformed public, but that's all it is. It's a show. They throw money at the town through grants, sponsoring parades, things like that, while thumbing their noses at the people who actually have to live with the monstrosity they've created. A group made up of the community have decided to try and incorporate the Mitchell Bend area, which would include the Bitcoin mining plant and Constellation, who is the landlord who supplies their land and electricity. And I thought it was supposed to be on the agenda today, but I guess not. Marathon Data is fighting this and trying to force the removal of the incorporation off the November ballot, not even letting the people decide what they want to do. It makes you wonder why they're so against it. And how can a company that's not even in Texas tell us Texans what we can do? Okay. They are not only not a good neighbor, they are a very deceptive one. What it all basically boils down to is this, and this is paraphrased, Matthew 6:24. No one can serve two masters. You cannot serve God and money. And money is Marathon's God. Thank you all so much for listening to me again. Thank you for your patience, and I hope you have a great day.
Next speaker is Cindy Highsmith.
My name is Cindy Highsmith, and bear with me, I don't feel well today, but I've come to speak about a public hearing that has been granted by TCQ for the operating permit for Wolf Hollow 1. And the reason why this public meeting was granted is because many people in the community wrote letters to TCQ asking for a public meeting and a contested hearing. And why are we doing this? Well, we're doing this because we have in Precinct 2, actually in Republican Precinct 211, there are right now operating 3 gas-powered plants and a 4th one, Wolf Hollow 3, that will probably be coming online. And what are we concerned about? We're concerned about the cumulative effect on our county. We're concerned about our water, our air quality, we're concerned about noise pollution. But it's not just for this precinct, it's really for all of Hood County. And so I'm urging the court to please come to the public meeting. We need our elected officials to speak about this. What is very concerning to so many is at the last public meeting, which was in October of last year, TCQ was speaking about monitors, air monitors around the periphery of Wolf Hollow. And a citizen asked about that, and then we found out that they're not actually monitors, they're just computer simulations. And then we were led to believe that the air quality was being monitored about 60 miles away in Midlothian. Well, I sent an email to the head of air quality for TCEQ. And so what she informed me of was that in April 25th of 2022, that they were no longer monitoring air quality in Midlothian, and that they possibly will be starting to monitor it again at the end of 2026. That's very concerning to this county. And so then I asked Miss Brooks, Brandy Brooks, I said, well, where are you monitoring the air quality? And I said, would you please send me the whole list? I want to know where all of the contaminants are being monitored. So she did. Well, this is very concerning to me, as it should be to all of you. So Ozone, Frisco, that's a long way from here. That's in Collin County. VOCs, that's Gainesville. That's in Cook County. Particulate matter, 2.5 microns. Where's that being monitored? So it's on South Acard Street in Dallas. I don't even drive to Dallas. Where is nitrogen oxide being monitored? Over on Hinton Street in Dallas. So I could go on with this, and I'm not, but anyway, this ought to be very concerning to everybody. It certainly is concerning to me. And then I don't know how this happened because I don't news. Okay, good enough. Anyway, please come. Please speak up for this county.
Next speaker is John Highsmith.
Talk about, oh, thank you. That's really helpful. I'd like to talk about positive steps Hood County can take for development. It looks like development projects in this county fall into one category, and I call them new age industrialization. These include solar utilities, BESSes, Bitcoin mining, and data centers, and also the power facilities that are needed for all these projects. All of these things sound great until you research them and find out all that glitters is not gold. For example, Bitcoin mining generates tremendous noise, and I can personally attest to that. BESSes are known to catch on fire and generate toxic fumes. Data centers use huge amounts of water and are lit up like nothing I've ever seen before. And data centers in Georgia are blamed for, get this, 40% residential electricity rate increases. I have seen a video of a Georgia development person saying, and this is really what they said, a few must suffer for the good of many. I'm not sure how 40% rate increases fits into all that. So this court may say, well then, what do you want? And I say this, let's be strategic. Let's go after things that will be of benefit to the county for many years to come. And this would be called having a vision for the future. And here are just two examples. This is not an exhaustive list. A community college would be a great draw for companies. You don't just look at jobs the community college would have. You look at the multiplier effect. I would like for this county to proactively go after the goal of a community college. Number two, if you look around Hood County, you see quite a number of citizens over the age of 65. Why can't Hood County become a hub for geriatric care in this region of Texas? And let's just want to give you one example here. Let's take a look, a recent example of new medical infrastructure. Lake Granbury ER, Fall Creek, opened in September 2024. $15 million plus investment, no request for tax abatement, a number of very well-paying jobs. So I request this court to roll up the welcome mat for new age industrialization and proactively look for new opportunities for Hood County that will benefit all citizens. And I would really like to see the concept of expecting a few to suffer for the good of many to not find a place in Hood County. We are all neighbors. Anything that hurts any of our neighbors is not acceptable. Thank you.
Next speaker is Thomas Weeks.
I got it. Can you hear me? My name is Thomas Weeks. I am a part of the citizens of Mitchell Bend that wish to incorporate. I'm also one of those that is directly affected by the marathon Bitcoin noise. And thank you for this moment. The right to vote is sacred in the Texas courts. The proper process would be for Mara to wait until the election is over before issuing a challenge, yet Mara's attorneys is asking for a hearing and or additional proceedings to delay or dismiss a proper election. The decision to incorporate solely belongs to the citizens who reside in the area that seeks to incorporate. Mara Holdings does not reside inside of the Mitchell Bend area and doesn't even reside in Texas. They have no standing to bring an objection. They do not own property in the Mitchell Bend area or in Hood County. They are not registered to vote in Hood County or anywhere in Texas. They do not reside in the Mitchell Bend area. There has been no harm done to Marathon Digital or Mara Holdings, and they cannot claim harm for something that might happen. They are attempting to preemptively deny the vote. They do not have a legal voice in this matter, yet they demand a voice. The courts have already weighed in on denying citizens the access to the ballot. Look at the Fitzgerald case that the Supreme Court ruled on. Judge Massengill, you have a ministerial duty to call the election. Everything is in order. Call the election. Thank you.
The next speaker is Chris Brooking.
Be right there. Okay, I'll give you this one. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Chris Brooking. I am a Mitchell Bend resident. 8704 Mitchell Bend Court is my address. Last week, on August the 5th, a multi-billion-dollar company out of Florida made an attempt to interfere with the Texas election, supposedly misleading the county judge with phrases such as, we conducted diligence into the factual basis of the petition. They, including Matt Mills and Stephanie Cooper, both confirmed that neither of them participated in the verifying the accuracy of the information in the petition. Okay. In May, an application for incorporation was presented to the residents of the Mitchell Bend area. Signatures of voters, registered voters, were registered and over 70 residents signed the petition. The application was then presented to the county attorney's office. Matt Mills' office signed off on the incorporation paperwork, including the verbiage, and the application was verified at that time in accordance with the state law. The application, all original signatures were taken to the elections administrators of Hood County and Stephanie Cooper
She looked over the paperwork and actually eliminated several of the petitioners as they were not registered. And you have to be registered at least 30 days prior to signing. We didn't know this, but she did eliminate some of the people on the ballot, on the register, and then she actually approved 50 of the voters, which is what was required. The mayor's attorney came back with stating that based on our investigation, which to our knowledge was no investigation, there appeared to be problems with the petition and the signatures on there. We have gone back and factually checked all of those areas, and they do fall within the limits for us to register as a Type B law municipality. The actions by Mara were led to deceive the judge in order to stop the litigation and thwart the will of the good people of Mitchell Bend. The fact finding on their part shows that we have, in fact, checked every box. So I want to state for you, since I'm running out of time, it's the paper that I gave you is an excerpt from the Supreme Court of Texas, which states, when the county judge is presented with a petition for municipal incorporation, election that contains the statutory requirements, elements, and contains proof of satisfactory to the judge and the community to incorporate, contains the requested number of inhabitants, the county judge must order the election, and number 2, the judge must not consider questions regarding the boundaries of the area to be incorporated. And then section number 2, municipal corporations, as long as the area to be incorporated is not part of another incorporated city or town, questions regarding the boundaries of the area to be incorporated as a municipality are not for the judge to decide. When the judge is presented with a petition for the municipal incorporation election, VTCA Local Government Code 8.003. So we have all our paperwork in order. It's been verified, and the election should occur because this is what the participants of the county want. And after looking last weekend, gaining signatures, we were presented with many people who were in favor of incorporating, and that's what the citizens of our area want. And so we ask that it be approved that we move forward with the election in November. Thank you for your time.
Excuse me, question over here. You don't have to come over here. I didn't mean that way. What is the Supreme Court case that you please go to the mic. The style of the case, the name of the case.
In reference to Dr. Richard Fitzgerald, MD, and then on here it gives number 04-0619, July 12th of 2004.
And would you spell your last name?
Brooking, B-R-O-O-K-I-N-G.
Thank you. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Daniel Lackey.
A couple of handouts, man.
Sure.
Okay, all right. I'll see if I have it. I do have one more. Sorry. Honorable Judge, Commissioners, thank you for the time. My name is Daniel Lakey, and I do represent Mitchell Bend and the folks up on the hill. So 3 weeks ago, I was in court a couple doors down where Marathon Digital was trying to claim that 5 residents of Mitchell Bend had no standing in a case about noise in Mitchell Bend. A multi-million-dollar company out of Florida is coming to Texas telling us we have no standing. A few days ago, a letter came to the judge saying that they had standing to try to interfere in an election that has been properly presented in front of the county. I don't even know where to go with that. That a company that has no land in Texas, no businesses in Texas, no influence in Texas, can come in and ask our judge not only to stop an election, but if anything else comes, to report back to them anything that's going on within the election. There are some ethical issues with what they asked our judge to do, and I'm not real happy about it. The package that I gave you, I did send you a copy, or I've given you a copy of the original application we did. Some of our photos are a little bit bad, and I do apologize for that, but copying color pictures is kind of rough if you don't have a color copier, and so that's what happened. I also gave the judge today and sent the commissioners last night a copy of a second petition. So when we found out that Marathon wanted to do it, what we did is we went out back into the community and we got some signatures. We got 88 signatures this time. 70 of them we know are registered voters. All 88 are from Mitchell Bend. There's roughly about 250 homes in the proposed area, about 600 people, and 250 registered voters. And in 3 days, we were able to get 28% of that population of registered voters to sign a second petition to have an election. The only thing we need for a second election would be for the judge to sign it and for us to present it back to the elections board, but we have to do that by tomorrow or it's too late. But here's the thing, there's absolutely no reason to get rid of the first one. We're only giving you a second option if anybody wants to feel a little bit more comfortable about it. But it doesn't need to happen. State law says that we write a petition and get some signatures. We did. State law says we take it to the county attorney and have him approve all of the language. I did that. There were a couple things we got wrong. The county attorneys asked me to make the changes. We did. We took that paperwork, presented it to the judge. He was gracious enough to give me 10 minutes of his time, and I do appreciate it. It's the first time I had the opportunity to meet him. We had a great meeting. He signed it. It was a very wonderful day for us. We take it to the elections office, they go in, and they went diligently through, and we were really sweating it as she's checking off, going, nope, nope, nope. And we're like, oh my goodness. We ended up with 50. We didn't make up 50. We had 50. She verified 50. At that point, she verified that all of our other issues were within state law. That becomes an election. At that point, it is signed and ready to go for November 4th. There is nothing that Marathon can do to ask or impose to stop it. The Supreme Court is very clear. If you want to stop an election for incorporation within the state, it's very difficult if you're a business, if you're an entity, if you're anyone from outside the county or anyone from outside the impacted area, which unfortunately means for anybody in Hood County, it means nothing except for about the 600 people who live up on top of the hill. We're the only ones. Now, if the people up on the top of the hill don't want this, it's very easy for them to stop it. On November 4th, they go in and vote no. I don't think that's going to happen. The people of Mitchell Bend want this election. We're tired of being bulldozed. We're tired of being bullied. We're tired of billion-dollar companies coming in and ruining our lives. And we're getting really good at fighting Goliath. So we are begging you, please, let it stand. It is legal. It is proper. There is no reason to do it. Let us have our vote. Let the people say what they need to say. Thank you.
Last speaker is Jessica Hall.
Hello. The residents of Hood County and the Mitchell Bend community have the right to petition for incorporation as a city under the Texas Law Local Government Code Chapter 7, Section 7.001. This code only requires notice be given 10 days prior to the election. This community has done everything in their power to follow the law faithfully in order to place incorporation of Mitchell Bend on the November 4th ballot. This petition has been reviewed and approved by all proper Hood County officials, and the community's understanding the petition was determined legally sufficient under Texas Local Government Code, and the order of incorporation was signed on May 2nd by our Judge Maskingill. Therefore, it seems this Florida-based company has no right to interfere with our local government elections or step on our constitutional rights as citizens of the United States of America. Residents and voters have the right to a fair and transparent process of incorporation without that right being trampled or infringed upon by this company. This matter of incorporation is for the voters to decide come November, not for a corporation whose facilities have been causing noise disruption to our community, depriving people of peace inside their own homes. To everyone in this community who feels that this company may be infringing on their voter rights and constitutional rights should send a letter to Ken Paxton and the Secretary of State regarding this company's conduct. Hood County residents can also file an election complaint directly to the Texas Secretary of State. Lastly, this decision of incorporation should by no means be left in the soiled hands of this company, but rather it is the county's authority, duty, and responsibility to determine that the proper requirements have been met for this matter. Thank you for your time.
Was that our last speaker?
That was our last speaker.
Ms. Cooper asked if she could come and address.
Yes.
So I think she is on her way. She just sent me a text and said she's headed this way. So
This is the election administrator who informed me that the requisite number of registered voters for this petition was not met, which is why I signed an order vacating what I'd signed for Mr. Lakey initially, when Mr. Lakey came into my office and told me that the county attorney had verified the petition, right? And I told you the day that you handed me the first set after a commissioner's court, I believe, wasn't it? It was in court that you handed me the first petition, Mr. Lakey, wasn't it?
No, sir, I came to your office. We met in your office on Pearl Street.
Well, we did meet second time, but the first time I said you must take it to Mr. Mills, and if Mr. Mills tells me that all the legal requirements have been fully met in the petition, that as county judge, I would sign it. That's what I told you.
Yes, sir.
And then when you met back with me and brought it to my office, you told me that Mr. Mills had given you a clear bill of health, that it had met all the legal requirements, is what you told me, correct?
May I?
Just answer my question.
Excuse me. I did not speak directly with Mr. Mills. There was another attorney that I spoke.
Okay, another attorney told you that they all been met.
Mr. Mills.
Based upon that, I did sign the order, which is what my duty is as the county judge, right? But then I was informed, and Ms. Cooper will be up here to address this, I assume.
I think, Judge, I don't want to interrupt, but I think we've gone way outside the bounds of this agenda item, which is public comment. So, Matt, did you?
That was my point. This is not on the agenda. Mr. Lakey wrote an email saying this should not be on the agenda. It's not part of the Commissioner's Court, so it was pulled. So the back and forth and all that is not on the agenda, and I don't really want to go further in open court when it's not on the agenda.
Fine, that's great with me.
Okay.
Great with me. I just don't want anybody to say I'm not doing my job, okay? But Ms. Cooper is on her way. Okay. Well, in view of I agree with Mr. Mills that it's not on our agenda, so we're going to go into our next. Next agenda item is number 1, consider and take appropriate action to approve an order calling a bond election on November the 4th, 2025 for county roads and county jail in an amount not to exceed $149 million.
Thank you, Judge. As many of you know, this is something that the Commissioners Court has been working on for almost 2 years. There's two proposals to be put to the voters this November if this is voted on today. So I wanted to go over the first. Go ahead and show the order, and if you'll go down to, Measure A, if you'll, I think, keep continuing on to the ballot language. I think one more page, yes. Yes, so what the voters would see on the ballot is where it says Hood County Proposition A. This is a tax increase. The issuance of bonds in the amount not to exceed $24 million for renovation and expansion of the county law enforcement center and jail, and a levy of taxes sufficient to pay the principal of and interest on the bonds. So as many of you know, we've had multiple workshops going over the details of this, how this amount was derived, what the research that was done. All of that is on our Hood County webpage for you to view. So is there any other discussion? All right.
Anybody else have anything to say?
Well, and yeah, please do go look at the figures that were prepared by Ide Bailey on the jail bond here. It clearly shows that by building this jail in the next 20 years, we'll save a significant amount of money, with the cost of out-of-county inmates increasing to the point where it's more expensive to send them out of county than it is to keep them here. So that's very well detailed. It's as granular as you want to get on that over the next 20 years, the term of this bond, the savings that the county's projected to have by increasing the jail space.
I think I think we've worked really well together, and Ide Bailey spent a lot of time with the sheriff, a lot of time with Commissioner Andrews and I and others in the county, making sure that the assumptions that were in the study made sense. And like Commissioner Andrews said, the details there for the voters to review and decide in November. So with that, I'll move that the Commissioners Court adopt an order calling a bond election with Proposition A as read in the amount of $24 million.
Second.
Made by Commissioner Sanderson to approve a bond election on November the 4th, 2025, in the amount of $24 million for the county jail. Second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just have one comment, Judge. By voting yes to put this on a bond issue for November does not mean we're in favor or not in favor of it. It just means we're voting to put it to the voters. Just want to make that clear. All right.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Next.
And Proposition B is, as you all may know, we've also been working on a master thoroughfare plan to address the congestion of traffic and future planning for mobility around Hood County and to get people to neighboring counties. So what will be on the ballot is what says here on Hood County Proposition B. This is a tax increase, the issuance of bonds in the amount of $125 million for road projects and levy of taxes sufficient to pay the principal of and interest on the bonds. So we do have Mr. Polster here, if anyone has any questions or comments or doing.
Mr. Polster, would you like to make any statement?
John Polster, Innovative Transportation Solutions. I just wanted to point out the same thing your bond counsel told y'all last week, that the first 4 or 5 words in that statement are state law required to be put in there. But the way we're going to be issuing the debt, working with y'all, we will minimize the tax increase on these issuances.
And again, there's a lot of information out on our website. There's some information from our Hilltop Securities, which calculated the what the debt amount would be to pay for the bonds. A lot of the assumptions in there are very conservative. Oh, she's going to bring it up right now. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to ask, could you go to the home page? Because what we did is we had it moved up to the very, when you first go to Hood County's website, it should be right there, the second button, a little scroll down. So you can just hit that and it'll take you to all the information the commissioner is about to talk to you about.
So click on either one of the document links and there you go. And then the overview of the county's financial condition and proposed bond. This information here goes through different scenarios and what the assumptions were. So lots of information for to be reviewed by the voters. Any other comments?
Yeah, I would like to make the point that the reason the verbiage on the ballot says this is a tax increase is because we are increasing the debt on the county. That is a tax increase. What we aim to do with this is make sure that it doesn't affect your tax rate, to keep that issuance below the point where your rate, the INS rate doesn't change from year to year, and then still pay off the obligation at that same INS rate. So I do want to make that distinction. It is a tax increase because we are incurring more debt for the county, but it does not mean that you have to pay more taxes every year. So
Scenario 2 is what's being proposed to put on the ballot. We just voted to put the $24 million for the jail on the ballot. So that is the scenario. And one of the things that Mr. Polster mentioned in our last workshop is the issuance of the debt will be, he called it feathered, but issued in a way that it minimizes the impact on the debt. And some of that is just logical because you can't start all of these projects all at once. So you're not going to be able to issue the debt to start all the projects all at once. So with that,
I think the state of Texas can do that, but we will not. That is.
So with that, I move that the Commissioners Court adopt an order calling for a bond election, Proposition B, as read, in the amount of $125 million.
Motion made by Commissioner Samuelson to have a bond election, Proposition B, in the amount of $125 million for county roads. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Next item, receive presentations from and conduct questions and answers with top-ranked vendors in response to RFP 2025-11 IT contract service. Mr. Glenn.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. As you mentioned, the top 4 vendors, the ranked highest in the evaluation for IT contract services are here today, just to give a short presentation and answer any questions that you all have. And there won't be any action taken. So with that, I'd like to ask 22nd Century Technologies to come up and start us off. And I'd like to ask the other 3 companies if they please step out to the hallway with their phones and devices off, just to ensure fairness among the presenters. So with that, I'll hand it over to you.
Sorry, Glenn, I sent you an email.
He is.
Oh, I mean, are you going to hand it over? Yeah, as long as the camera is.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Commissioners. This is 22nd Century team presenting the IT contract service presentation of 22nd Century capabilities. My name is Sandeep Singh. I'm the Senior VP for State Local Practice. I have Mr. Hashmi.
Good morning. My name is Kashif Hashmi. I'm the Senior Vice President of IT for 22nd Century Technologies. I manage large-scale contracts for the company. Specifically, I have managed a defense contract management agency where we're providing support to 800 sites worldwide, as well as DECA, Defense Commissary Agency, where we're providing support to over 350 sites worldwide. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christopher Pritchard. I'm a chief architect with 22nd Century. I've been working in IT in various capacities for well over 20 years, designing very, very large solutions, all the way down to very, very small solutions. So it's a pleasure to be here with you all.
Thank you, Chris. So this slide talks about the highlight of 22nd Century Technologies. As you can see, 22nd Century was founded in 1997. We are around a $500 million revenue company, managing 100% public sector, all state, local contracts. We have 3 regional offices, very strong presence in Texas. We have office in Dallas. We are supporting City of Dallas and Dallas County. We support City of Austin, and also in the San Antonio, we support Lackland Air Force Base, San Antonio Water System, and also going from our experience and expertise, if you can see, with 28 years of experience, completely on the public sector side of it, we have 35 plus contracts within the state of Texas. I heard this morning that how important it is giving back to the community. So we assure that we have a very strong presence in state of Texas. And we also believe, being a minority-owned company, giving back to the community. So we will ensure that what we bring to the table or what we bring to the county is to grow this county from the IT perspective and also from the people perspective. We are around 6,000 employee companies spread over. Looking at the RFP need, we have around 250 subject matter experts, very valuable to what county is looking for. As a company, from processes perspective, we are CMI level 3 certified. which brings the value to the county, that we bring the good practices, what we have been helping other cities, counties, and growing those into smart cities will bring those innovation, the ideas and practices to the county. As you can see from the awards and recognition, I will emphasize more as a large employer. We have been awarded best employer to work with because we take care of our employees. Just giving you one example here, sir, with City of Dallas, we started working in 2018. As of today, we have 200 plus employees locally in Dallas, helping city and county from the service desk, desktop support, network, internet, but they are all local employees, and that's the employment opportunity we bring to the county and the city. Some of our technology partnerships we have listed, which would be Microsoft. So what that means that whenever county needs anything from the innovation, from the growth or new ideas, we have partnership with all technology, you can say giants, and we can help them to come here to help the county to grow on that side. Next slide.
Actually, just wanted to add, so even though we are a large company, we always work as a small company, as a business partner, versus just like being a large company, and that's the value we bring to the table.
This slide or this map, I'm very proud. I've been with 22nd Century for 15 years. Our owner, Mr. Sharma, who's the CEO, came to this country in 1997 with $100 a bill. So right now you can see is the entire presence nationwide what we have. Even our governor, Youngkin from Virginia, also applauded our efforts. So what we bring is the practices. The other cities, counties are using us as a technology partner, and that can help Hood County also to grow. And again, I'm emphasizing that people growth and technology growth is the key for us. Like I mentioned before, we have a very strong presence in state of Texas. As you can see, we have 35 plus contracts from a various different aspects, from the school districts, from universities, from transit authorities. Some of our contracts are single vendor we are managing since 2018. Some of them, of course, we have partnerships with other companies. But some of like DOT, Dallas Area Rapid Transit, City of Dallas, County, San Antonio Water System, City of Garland, the Austin University, University of Texas, University of Northern Texas. So we are managing from all aspects of technology there, from what the requirement says in this RFP. I'll let Mr. Hashmi speak about this.
Thank you so much. So this is our service portfolio and capabilities, and just like, trying to summarize that into some words. So we actually are well versed across all technology verticals. So regardless of what technology verticals or challenges you may be experiencing, we're able to help. Our biggest, and if you look at the bottom of this slide, it tells you, or kind of talks about some of our key projects. I'll just talk about one or two over there. So DCMA, Defense Contract Management Agency itself. DCMA, I think they manage all of the DoD contracts, about $3.5 trillion worth of contracts are managed through DoD DCMA, and we manage their entire IT infrastructure or network infrastructure for them. So 370 sites worldwide, not just sites in the US, but also sites in the Middle East and Far East Asia and Europe. All of those are managed through our contracts. What do we bring to the table is that innovation, the modernization, the transformation initiatives, which a lot of these agencies have already done, and we've worked with a lot of these large-scale enterprise agencies. And what we can bring to the table is that transformation and mindset to work with our customers, to work with our stakeholders, and kind of like help them transform and really transform their services to the next generation services. Again, verticals are there. It's just, of course, network infrastructure, help desk support, cybersecurity services, digital transformation, and program management support. That just summarizes the whole slide. Thank you. Yeah, I'll take that one. So this one is our support, which we're providing right now to Dallas County. As you may know, they have over 200 buildings, quite a large infrastructure, which we support over there. So we have actually transformed. When we started the contract, We started talking to them about service level agreements. How can we improve the services we deliver to the citizens? And that's what we did. We actually worked with the leadership team. We made a lot of suggestions on how we can transform the services, the day-to-day experiences of our customers, our citizens, and we were able to actually enhance the overall experience of citizens in terms of response time, resolution times, mean time to recover from any disaster. So all of that was actually presented, and we have helped them in terms of monitoring their enterprise environments so that we can minimize the disruptions. And we're also helping them with new technologies like AI and chatbots, where we're able to actually automate some of the functions where we can actually provide better service or faster, quicker service to our customers.
Yeah, I would like to add here. So one of the pain areas for Dallas County was of course, the VIP customers, and especially from the judge's perspective, courthouse and sheriff department. So we came in, we have now a dedicated CJIS approved warehouse and the service desk center, where it is CJIS approved by Dallas County. It has a network which is approved by Dallas County. How, like Mr. Hashmi mentioned, that bringing the AI and chatbot, those waiting time of the calls, which the key VIP leadership was experiencing from last 13, 14 years, has drastically reduced, because we have been able to customize, we have been able to divide those VIP calls to level 1, level 2. We are also being able to help them on the search projects. We have a warehouse where we are keeping the inventory of all the Dallas County IT assets. We have done the mapping of each and every asset which Dallas County has, and we have labeled them, and it's done every 6 months, whether it's a HHS, whether it's a treasury, whether it's a sheriff, TD. So all those assets have been mapped and in the system. So now county does not have to go through the Excel sheets and everything. They just simply do refresh projects every 6 months, which we do for them.
100% inventory.
100% inventory mapping has been done by us. And that's what one of the reason Hood County requirement is also, that how we know to manage CJIS. All the employment which we'll bring here, we will have a local office. We ensure that. We will have the search support whenever the county requires. We'll also have a DR as a disaster recovery, second office, if something happens here, unfortunate situation. So those are our goal with the county, to grow the employment, have the local office, local warehouse, and then bring the new technologies to the county. And I'll let Mr. Pritchard talk about what value-add services.
Yes, I wasn't just standing here looking good. No, I appreciate it. And it is interesting when you think about technology. I'm sure that there's commercials you've seen and all of these different things going on where you hear all of these buzzwords. But it really is, when you think about what is the most important thing for Hood County, it would be areas where you can optimize. And what we try to specialize in and focus on is not just coming in and saying, hey, buy more, do more. It's how do we optimize? How do we help Hood County actually grow while maintaining your budget potentially from an IT perspective? You do that with some of these value-added services like AI-driven help desk. It's where we take a sampling of cases, of tickets, and we optimize it so that an end user could potentially solve the problem themselves by working through a solution, not necessarily needing to interact with somebody. We look at things where we can actually come in and assess grants that potentially can help Hood County purchase without necessarily needing to increase your budget. Things that are available to you all that we are very good at because of just expertise in doing this for so long. For instance, University of North Texas, we shaved off well over $2 million in their budget. Not a lot in a $34 million budget, but every dollar counts, and especially in this day and age. Those are the kind of things that we try to focus on and understand, and truly being able to distill things down. Because what happens is I could come up here and throw out a lot of terms and you guys are going to be like, nah, I have no idea what he's talking about. But at the end of the day, we try to make sure that it's a partnership and a relationship where you can come to us and we can come to you, and we build that roadmap together.
Thank you. The last one, why 22nd century technology? So just to sum up, with the experience of 28 years working 100% with public sector company, the processes which we are certified as an ISO from CMI level 3, that brings what we bring to the table. Managing large IT contracts with the experience of as a single vendor, as a, also on the multiple side of it. One of the line which says here D&B customer satisfaction, which is our rating is 93, because of our getting business as a reputable business, winning the recompetes. We are SOC 2 audit provider, so that covers from the RFP requirements. I've heard the concerns of the community, the presence. We have a strong presence in Texas, so which we will give back to the community, and we assure that we'll have the employment growth here. Also from the DR perspective and the smart city initiatives, what we will bring to the table if the county is looking for. And of course, at no cost, as a center of excellence, a lot of proof of concepts we are helping with the city. Giving an example that we're giving City of Elkins, working with Mayor, giving them 311 platform as a proof of concept so that the community can use that 311. And so those were innovation hub which are helping them. Saying that, I will be open for any question and answer, sir. And thank you for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you. One question. Have you ever been hacked or any breaches? We have never been hacked, but we have helped enterprises if the situation arises. So in our contracts, thank knock on wood, so far so good. So again, what differentiates us is the breadth of technology, innovation, understanding which we have as a company. Even though we are a large business, and again, we have been working primarily with Department of Defense and federal, at least my portfolio is primarily Department of Defense and federal space. So we are always a step or multiple steps ahead of the adversaries, right? So, and that's what has actually kept us, just in a good green space overall. And what we are able to bring to the table is that experience and that exposure which we already have. And we work with our customers and with our strategic partners, as well as with our local stakeholders, to bring that knowledge to them and help them transform to the cutting edge and new solutions as they're working through them.
So I'll give you one more example, sir. Not the hacking perspective, but City of New Orleans, as you may have known, were attacked before the Super Bowl. Now, we are helping City of New Orleans from last 4 years as a single vendor managing their all IT initiatives. Cyber network. So Ms. Kim Lagru, who's the CIO of the City of New Orleans, reached out to us along with the NFL advisors, and we created a remediation center from January started so that the Super Bowl can pass through. So that remediation center, we work with NFL advisors and city 24/7 to have incident analysis, identity analysis, risk management analysis. And if you go to our 22nd century page, even city CIO has appreciated our efforts working 24/7 after that unfortunate attack which happened in December.
Yeah, and one thing that I would add is, it's not if, it's when you would be hacked. That's really what the industry says. And so it's more about the preparation, not the prevention. It's something that we do really well so that when something does happen, you're able to actually respond and protect yourself, where you're able to recover the data, not need to pay the ransom, all of those different kind of things. That's a really critical thing to keep in mind when selecting a vendor, somebody that has that experience to actually say, these are the preventative steps to take, but also these are the things that you need to do in preparation. Same thing as, how do I secure my home? How do I do these different things to actually protect myself? That's what we have expertise in.
So our internal SLA is acknowledgement of 30 minutes, having the staff on the resolution side in 4 hours. That's what we have with right now Dallas County. Because what we have a bandwidth, we have the backups, all employees CGs approved on our bench, because we do desktop support also, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and we do service desk 24/7 also. So when the surge supports comes, for example, if it's a refresh project or if it's any emergency, we have people which we can move from service desk to desktop or desktop to service desk to, resolve that issue or emergency.
So just one comment. So of course we have our teams, our team members of resources who are actually on site to be able to respond immediately. This is for surge support. If there is a need to bring in additional resources, that's what it actually covers. But we have resources who are on site, available 24/7 to support the county needs. Thanks.
So, sir, the price, of course, not allowed to speak here, sir, because of the, otherwise Glenn sir will after me. But we have reviewed the ticket numbers. We have reviewed the historical data, what was provided in the RFP. So our pricing is based on those numbers, which we feel very comfortable that we'll be able to manage the entire IT services for the Hood County.
Should be, cost effective.
Yes.
Yes, and I emailed that out along with a comparison because the services offered varies from company to company. So I did send that out to y'all with a comparison.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Eagles, for that. I only had 4 copies, so sorry for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next up will be a CTSI, which is Computer Transition Services. I believe they're located, headquartered in Lubbock, if I remember correctly.
We don't have a presentation, no. All right, good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I'm Tristan Davis. I'm a technology consultant with CTSI. This is Michael Vaught. He is one of the owners of CTSI. And today, we didn't bring a presentation. It's going to be a little bit more conversational for us and get to know CTSI a little bit more. So I'm going to let Michael take it from here and talk a little bit more about CTSI as a whole.
Okay. Thank you for having us today. We appreciate your time. I appreciate this opportunity. We've been serving Texas counties for about 22 years now. I'll get a little bit more in depth into who we are here in just a moment. First off, we'd like to start with what we believe makes us a little bit different than some of the other folks that do what we do. It starts with our people. We have a very strong record of retaining talented people. That's a challenge in our industry. Typically, people will, especially technical people, they'll enhance their skill set and kind of mark themselves and move on. We set up our folks with a career path to exceed what their expectations are in regards to development. And we've been very fortunate. If you walk around any of our offices, our name tags, we had 5-year ribbons for all every 5-year increment that they're with us, and you'll see a ton of ribbons all over our name tags. So we take a lot of pride in that. Our experience with Texas counties, we believe the longevity that we've had with counties and their IT requirements, their cybersecurity requirements, their disaster recovery requirements. We believe that puts us in a really good position to provide the services that you need to protect your voters and to protect the county from data breach and the other challenges that we have these days. And then our partnerships, we are celebrating our 40th year of business this year. I've been with the company for 24 years. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer currently. Being in a managed service space for that long, we've developed very strong partnerships with our vendor partners and our manufacturers that we support. That the technology that we provide you, we pride ourselves on the fact that we are going to have manufacturers and technologists that stand behind us on any solution that we bring to the county. It's really important for us to understand that we're not just going to put the newest technology in front of you for the sake of that. We're going to put a solution in front of you that we believe benefits you the most, and then the manufacturer or the developer of that technology will be shoulder to shoulder with us as we add it to the current technology state for the county. We're going to go through this. You should have already had a chance to read through our RFP. So what you're going to see today, more than likely from my experience in this business, a lot of the services that are provided by the companies here today, there's going to be a lot of overlap. So we're going to focus a little bit on what we believe we think should be top of mind for you all and for your voters. A little bit about our company, again, celebrating our 40 years of business. We started our managed IT service practice 18 years ago. We were a very, very early adopter to managed services. And for that term, for the folks in the room, managed services is just a description of we have the ability to proactively have eyes and ears on your network at all times. And we have the ability to, in most cases, determine through the monitoring and the metrics that we use to see predictive failure notifications or threats or anything that could jeopardize the performance of the county's IT environment. And we've been doing that for a long time. We believe that we have the tool set that the county needs to be successful. We've got about 181 companies and municipalities that we service now. We have 50 clients in the public sector in one flavor or another. About half of those are Texas counties. And then we've got 63 full-time employees. About 2/3 of those are technical resources. We are part of 3 different purchasing cooperatives that you guys can take, or that the county can take advantage of. Buy Board, Text Buy, and then TIPS. And we use all 3 of those routinely. So anything, solution, service that the county requires, we can take that to your advantage and use that to help drive down cost and also put you in a position to get a rebate on the services that we run through those. If you look through our RFP, page 10, I'd encourage you to take a look at that. That's the awards we've won over the last several years. We take a lot of pride in that. There's a lot of work, a lot of effort that's required to rank amongst the top MSPs in the country. And we have done that for multiple years now in a row. And we take a lot of pride in that. Just to make sure we're perfectly clear on this, every employee at CTSI is required to be CJIS compliant. Okay, so there shouldn't be any worry from the sheriff's office or anybody else in that regard. And every employee renews that annually. So we never want to make the mistake of not being in compliance there to put you guys or your sheriff's department in any kind of bad position. So just note that. Page 12, I'd encourage you to take a look at that as well. Those are just a fraction of the references that we can provide you. I stand behind every one of those references. We do not warn them in any way that they may be getting calls. We want them to give you their honest opinion of our services. On that note, I'll go ahead and address this now. One of the things that make us a little bit different is the terms of our managed service agreements is a 60-day term. So we pride ourselves on the fact that we don't want to lock you into some litigious 3-year or 1-year arrangement that is going to be difficult if something doesn't work out. We take the approach, we need to earn your business every single day. So just want to make sure you're clear on that. And again, please take advantage of those references. A little bit on our service delivery. We have a full-time help desk. And Every desk, with your agreement, every desk in the county will have a mouse pad on it that will direct your users to get support if they need it. We'll work hand in hand, however this unfolds in regards to co-managed, if you have a current IT department that you want to incorporate in how we're going to support the county. But every one of, any call that comes into CTSI, you will speak to a CTSI employee. We do not offshore any of our services, including help desk. We don't offshore disaster recovery. We don't offshore development in any way. So anyone you speak to will be a CTSI employee. We're going to dive into the services here now. Just to touch base, we did our due diligence in regards to what we believe you guys needed, and as we went through, we believe personally the bid you have in front of you includes everything that we uncovered through our due diligence process. But from my experience with Texas counties and what is typical from the size of the county, the number of employees of the county, and the technology required by the county, I believe we've got a little bit of sprawl here that we can clean up. I believe that there's some areas that your data set's pretty large, the number of devices you have is pretty large. And from my experience, we've remediated several counties in this scenario, and it seems to be something that we run into quite a bit. And we believe that we can come in and, as opposed to what a lot of times will happen in regards to increasing your IT footprint, we think we can actually decrease that a little bit. And by doing that, it puts you all in a better, the security posture that you'll be in is less of a threat, with less opportunity for the bad guys to get in here and do anything within our environment. Stop real quick for any questions there. I know it went pretty quick, but I wanted to just kind of give you an idea of who we are and what we do. Everybody good? Okay. So at the core of the agreement that we have in front of you, it's referred to as our Infrastructure Assurance Agreement with Cyber Defense. We're going to provide network support, management, and monitoring. We will provide, one of the things that we get a very positive feedback from our other counties is that we will participate in your budget planning with you. Tristan is one of our technology consultants. He will be assigned to your county. He's got a handful of counties that he supports currently that are pretty large. But we want to be a strategic partner for the county. We want to be able to sit down with you and map out 18, 20 months ahead, so that we don't have any unknowns when we're talking spend or budget. Tristan will lead that for you all. Quarterly, he will, out of the gate, he will be here weekly to make sure that the transition is as steady as it can be. And then over time, we will plan with you all as often as you like strategic planning meetings in regards to budget. Quarterly, we will have reporting for you all that we will bring to court and present to you. That'll show the health and performance of everything that we have eyes and ears on. What I found is, because of the responsibilities you all have, that quarterly review typically helps ease your mind as far as where you're at from a technology perspective. I think you will gain a lot of knowledge about what you have currently and maybe where things are going. And then on top of that, with the budget aspect of it, you're going to have an opportunity to see, what your life cycle for your current IT environment is, and how we can most efficiently use what you have, and then plan accordingly for what the future needs. Professional consulting. So that's another thing we provide included in the agreement, and that'll be something that Tristan and I work together for you all. So a lot of technology comes to the county that requires advancement in any kind of process or procedure that you have. We're going to be shoulder to shoulder with you to help you understand from a technology perspective and a cybersecurity risk perspective what that looks like for the county. We want to make sure we understand all aspects of the technology that we currently have and that we bring in. And because of our longevity and our experience with counties, we believe that being a voice at that table with you puts you in a better position. So we're constantly providing that professional consulting. Just some of the general services, and again, there's going to be some overlap for what you hear today. These are just kind of the fundamentals of what you need just to protect you. We provide email protection. We provide the DNS protection, desktop support if needed, depending on what, at the end of the day, you guys choose for the support environment to look like. This plan includes all of your infrastructure support for a fixed monthly fee. So infrastructure would be everything above the desktop level. Usually that's more the level 2, level 3 type technical support. But if we do have desktop issues, we absolutely have a help desk that your users can call into at any time and get support. One of the things that's shifted, just so that you guys understand our mindset in this, traditionally back when managed IT services started, providing on-site support was kind of the norm. That's what folks did. Today, it's shifted for support to the first line of defense is remote support. And here's the thinking behind that. If your user or the county clerk or department or anybody is having an issue, we want to get that issue started and addressed immediately. We don't want you to have to wait for us to deploy our technician on site. We want you to call in, we remote in, and we immediately start the support process. It's much more efficient. It starts immediately. Anytime you have someone call in for support that we need to be aware of, that call goes immediately to technical services, okay? You don't set in a queue. We don't take a note and tell you we'll call you back when we can fit you in. You're immediately talking to a help desk employee that's one of CTSI's employees. And we want to get the remediation started immediately. And that's something that makes us a little unique in regards to some of the other folks that we compete against. So we want you guys to understand that we can deploy on-site support, but typically the support engagement is going to start immediately over the phone, and we'll remote in and we'll start to try to efficiently get that issue fixed as quickly as we can. So we have a layered approach in regards to cybersecurity. Okay, if I was in this courtroom 2 or 3 years ago, we would have a very small subset of security tools that we would recommend to you. Every day, every month, every year, we're constantly evaluating what is the best cybersecurity tools to provide the absolute protection we can. There's no guarantee the day someone develops one tool that takes care of everything, I guarantee I'll be first in line to get it. But because of the complexity of cybersecurity and the talent of the bad guys that are out there trying to compromise our networks and steal data and all the other things that's involved in that, we have to be evolved. We have to really be on our toes and understand that what we have today may not be what tomorrow looks like. So in this, we've got 2 or 3 tools that we kind of feel like fundamentally is absolute needed. One is the endpoint protection tool. What we really like about that tool is if we were to have some kind of compromise, that tool will, on a system, that tool will immediately remove that endpoint or server from the network and isolate it, basically, so that it can't, when an attack occurs, they're wanting to get in and then get as much damage as they can, right? So this first layer of tools that we have, this tool is going to pull that system off the network as quickly as we can and isolate the amount of damage. And then it can also turn back in time the operating system if a compromise were to happen. Second, we have a persistent threat detection tool. So the first tool I described, you can think of that as the reactionary tool for cyber defense. Our persistent threat tool is our proactive tool. So it's constantly out there looking at the entire environment for anomalies, for a compromise of some kind. A lot of times what will happen if a network is compromised, the threat vector has gotten in there quite a few days or months earlier and has been setting and learning, right? So our persistent threat tool is out there trying to find that, and when it does, it operates accordingly. It isolates that system and that area of the network so that the threat can't expand or do more damage. And then at the server level, and you have a very large server footprint, we have a zero trust tool that we implement. And One of the things that tool, how it works is exactly as described, it's zero trust. So anything that is launched on that system, that server, for that to actually execute, that tool says the county's got to approve it, and so does my IT provider. So we both work together to say, is this something that actually needs to occur? Is this an application that actually needs to be launched and run? And it can protect us from threats. It can also protect us from ourselves. So a lot of times we have third-party software that's running for each department on some kind of server or server environment. And over time, I've seen it a number of times, that we have a third-party software vendor that has access to that system and wants to do an update. Well, that's fine, but we want to make sure we understand what that update is going to do, what it could compromise, what it could break. A lot of times they're a little bit reckless on how they do that. And so with this tool in place, again, it protects us from ourselves, from that occurring. We're going to reach out to the third party who's trying to do that and verify, exactly what that entails and what's happening there. And it also protects us from any threat vectors that are out there trying to gain access to our network. The other thing in cybersecurity, I want to make sure we talk about this. We are going to do a annual cybersecurity risk assessment, okay? And that is something that we would like to present to you all annually. It's very detailed, but it will give the court an understanding of exactly where we're currently at in regards to cybersecurity and our position and our cybersecurity posture is maybe a better way to describe it. We will work with you all to complete that assessment. It's a really good exercise for you all to be a part of, or whoever would like to be a part of it. Any department heads or the court, we can do it together, or we can do it and then present to you our findings. 9 times out of 10, it's going to have a risk analysis at the end, and we want you to understand what risks are out there that are currently acting within your environment, and then maybe where we need to shift or where we need to adjust our cybersecurity posture. But that's included in what we have today. Just to kind of give you a breakdown from what we were given, you've got about 94 virtual servers, 40 physical servers. Just frankly, I believe we've got some sprawl going on there for the size of the county. I think we can get in there and clean some of that up and reduce that footprint. You have 6 virtual hosts. So a host on those 94 virtual servers, those 94 virtual servers are divided over those 6 hosts, okay? It's pretty heavy. I think the first thing I would want to do is really dig in and see, what maybe we could reduce that risk a little bit, because the larger that number, am I out of time?
Well, yeah, if we could get to the question.
Okay. Q&A.
We have a question. Which counties in Texas and how long these?
We can provide you a list of all our counties. The reference page is just a subset of them, but I started with my first county 21 years ago in Plains, Texas, Yoakum County, Texas. That was my first one. But since then, we've expanded quite a bit. We're very involved in TAC and some of the associations that you all are a part of. We attend the Commissioners Conference annually. You've probably seen our booth. Mm-hmm. We participate in all the county judges' conferences. So we feel like we're engaged.
Okay, so you're going to provide a list of all the counties in Texas that you have contracts with?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
how long? Okay.
Absolutely.
And where's your support staff located?
All over. So our headquarters is in Lubbock, Texas, but we have, we've got folks spread out that are remote. We have a branch in Amarillo, Texas. We have a branch in Midland, Texas. We've got a branch in Plano, Texas, and we've got a couple of other branches that I'm not at a point where I can announce those just yet. But we're growing.
But the closest one to here is Plano.
Yes.
Okay.
I've got an employee that's 40 miles from your parking lot.
And any experience with radio networks?
Like for the sheriff's department, yes, we've got exposure there. I'll just completely frank with you. A lot of times, if it's a build out or something that we need a little bit more seasoned help with, we have a partner that we use that partners with us to deploy those deployments.
But you currently don't support, in the counties that you're contracted with, you currently don't support the radio network, or do you?
Well, we support the network that it runs on. If that is not the best way to answer that question, but if from a network side, if we'll typically work with the radio vendor or one of our vendors to provide the technical support or deployment of new deployments. But we don't do the day-to-day. Typically, they don't have a lot of troubleshooting from my experience. Typically, it's more break fix, not regularly. So we either attempt it on the network side to repair it, or we engage with the vendor that was sold you the product.
Okay, thank you.
Just in summary, what we provided here for you today is our managed IT service platform, a backup disaster recovery platform as well. We feel like that's was what was requested through the RFP, and we feel like we provided you that. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
These gentlemen are with DefLogix.
DefLogix.
Yes. And I believe based in San Antonio, correct?
Yeah, based in San Antonio, and we have Red Knight, who's also out of Mineral Wells.
Introduce yourselves. These need to be distributed. Yes, sir, please.
Hello, I'm Paul Rivera. I'm the CEO of DefLogix. James, would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm James Park. I'll be managing the account if we do acquire it.
Good to meet you all. Glad to be here. I'm Red Thomas. I'm CEO of Red Knight.
Yeah.
Do we need to?
Okay, we have our presentation. Were you able to get it up? You on?
Yep.
Mr. Tillman, what was the time limit you had requested?
I don't see.
We can go on to the next one. Yeah, we're Team DefLogix. We're a combination of two companies, both here and based in Texas. As DefLogix, we have a proven track record of providing, delivering customized solutions to several federal government agencies. We also have 17 years experience in specialized professional services in cybersecurity. Red Knight also has well over a decade of experience supporting in engineering, cyber, solutions to many military, commercial, and educational entities. I believe we can also, as an added bonus, bring a lot of our AI, manpower, extending capabilities that can help improve your workforce, our services, and bring about a better solution for you.
Paul, would you get the next one for me, please? Okay, Judge, Commissioners, thank you all again for having us here. So some of the things that you're going to see on this slide, we'll be going into more detail later in the presentation. So if it appears that we've skipped something, just don't worry about it. It'll probably be something that will come up later. One of the things that we wanted to talk about is that we understand that the county has over 20 remote sites that are all connected through VPN tunnels, or at least through a fiber network. That is not too uncommon between our support of global DoD operations and other, customers. That's not something we haven't seen before. What is a little bit unique to your situation is obviously you all are providing emergency services, so the criticality of these networks being operational and available at all times is substantially more than just a standard commercial operation. And so we wanted to make sure that we iterated and let you know that we understand that and acknowledge that. The other thing is that we also know what it's like to just need something fixed without having to run around and ask a bunch of different people. We know, based on our survey that we did a few months ago here, that you have a number of vendors involved in this particular situation. So it's not like, you have a single touch point that just owns all your IT infrastructure. You have VoIP phones that are managed by one company. You have AV that's managed by another company, and there's several different touch points. But we, in both of our companies, we are both military veterans. I'm Army, Paul's Air Force, and we hire almost exclusively veterans. So we all come from that mission first mindset. We're all people that believe in executing what's in front of us. And so when we go to these other vendors and look for help, we're going to troubleshoot it down to the point where we know that it's that other vendor and we know we need that vendor to do. So it's not going to be just a passing the buck. It's literally something we cannot do. We need them to execute. And you'll know that, and we'll be very open and very honest about that. So Paul, if we could get the next slide, please. Our team also completely understands the importance of compliance. As I said, we are all, for the most part, military veterans. Both of our companies work a lot with the Department of Defense intelligence community. So we operate on highly classified networks. Some of them are even unacknowledged networks, and they all require the highest security classifications. DefLogix, Red Knight both have secured, deployed, designed many networks with that. Probably the most important thing to foot stomp on that is the NIST, National Institute of Standards and Technology, sets the controls and the requirements for those sorts of frameworks. They use the exact same controls at the DoD that you use for CGIS or the NIST 800-171 controls that Texas DIR is mandating for municipalities. So we've been there, we've done that, we're very experienced with that, and I think if we can secure a top secret SCI network, we can probably handle the security requirements of a municipality. We also wanted to state that we'll be doing deep dives at least quarterly. So it's not just a set it and forget it sort of thing. Our teams will be going back and reviewing not just the security, whether or not there are any new risks or vulnerabilities that we need to account for, but we'll also be talking a lot about the what happened, what were the failures, the typical for us Army guys, we call them AARs, what was the after action review, what went right, what went wrong, those sorts of things. Paul, do you want to take the next one?
Okay, and here's some of the other things that I believe that we can really enhance the services that we can provide to you. We've been doing a lot of research in AI, that's the big buzzword of late. And we've been developing and researching, utilizing AI in a cybersecurity context. And so we've developed some technology that we feel that would definitely improve and streamline your security operations, IT management, and your cybersecurity posture. The work that we've been doing with AI, we've noticed quite a bit of mean time for resolution is shortened quite considerably, and also the level of service is even much more robust. And we can bring that to bear. The other thing, as Red has mentioned, of course, our employees, a lot of them are drawn from military veterans with strong background checks. We've also, again, as Red has mentioned, we're very familiar with complying with various standards, and many of the standards are kind of derived from the NIST controls. And so we're very familiar with implementing various standards, risk management framework, CMMC, and others. Red, I'm going to let you take on the internship model section here. Absolutely.
So one of the other things that we want to talk about is that, Team DefLogix doesn't want to just come in and be a client, provider relationship. We want to be a member of the community. We want to support you just like we've done other customers. So kind of as an example of that, in San Antonio, because I used to actually live in San Antonio and we have an office there as well, we partnered with St. Philip's College to create a cyber range. The first one was highly successful, got a lot of great attention, and so we ended up doing a second one for them that was twice as large. They actually created a whole new facility for it called the Cybersecurity Innovation Center. It allowed the college to get a 4-year degree, bachelor's degree in cybersecurity. And so that was hugely successful. But I think what might be more important to you all is that our team worked with St. Philip's to implement an internship program. And in the last, I think, 4 years, we've had over 30 interns go through that program. At least one of our interns, and I think there's actually multiple that have passed the 6-figure mark now. One of them worked directly for me, went from making $10 an hour and is now making $120,000 a year, and that's in less than 4 years. So, that's the power of just education and kind of the equalizer that IT brings to the community. So here recently we started a program similar to that in Mineral Wells, where we now have 3 high school interns. And in just the last 6 months of working with these high school interns, they have gone from knowing very little about IT to being highly competent. They're now supporting multiple nonprofits around the city. And one of them, I believe, is likely to be hired to work for the city as an IT support specialist here in the next month or so. So that's kind of something we'd like to do here. We want to make sure that we're involved in the community. We want to look at maybe starting an internship program similar to what we did in Mineral Wells. The idea of this is that it would be additive to it. So it's not like we're not going to provide on-site support. But what we'd like to do is make sure we have a larger IT workforce here in the city that at least is able to do touch maintenance, that you're able to talk to, explain problems to. So if for some reason one of us is going to take 20 minutes to get in, you've got somebody who probably lives down the road who can just call in immediately. So not a replacement, just an enhancement of what I think we're bringing to the party. And then the last thing is the Technology Industry Council that we just created in partnership with Mineral Wells Chamber of Commerce, also Parker County and Palo Pinto County EDCs. This is a tool that we're using to just promote technology west of Fort Worth. They kind of bring more of those technical companies this way, and we think that's been really effective as well.
Listed here some of our PASCON clients. What that does show is we have quite a bit of experience in making DoD level, Homeland Security level, top secret kind of networks, and we have to protect them. We do that for ourselves, all over for several clients, and it takes a lot of our networks are sometimes kind of in constant attacks. We have to keep protecting them constantly. So we have to apply top secret protocols and constant audits. And we have to make sure that they're all stay up to date because those attacks constantly change. I think we're well versed in many standards, maintain different certifications, and while protecting, reducing our top secret level work. We believe we can bring this skill set to you, to your networks, and to your county. Yeah, there you go.
So here are some of the benefits of utilizing automation AI. Just something to kind of, for you guys to kind of look at and see what the potential and the level of service that we can provide on this. Yeah, if I can move forward. One of the key things also that we need to do is, of course, if we have the privilege of serving you, the transition plan is one of the most important things when taking over a project. And the key things that we will do is, of course, review the documentation, interview, if possible, other IT staff to kind of collect information, get that knowledge transfer over. And then from there, we would basically audit and get a lay of the infrastructure and create a plan of action in order to improve the network and find those gaps, prioritize the items discovered, and work on those. And this will be in a backlog, and our team will then be consistently on a weekly basis addressing any issues found. So that way we won't have anybody just sitting around waiting for an incident to occur. We'll be proactively mitigating those issues found in the gap analysis. Do you want something to add there, Red?
I was going to say we should also mention that we'll be using a ticketing system to track all this stuff, correct, Paul?
Yes.
Yeah. So if there's a question about whether or not something was purchased or when it was purchased or what the receipt was, all these are things that will be attached to the ticketing system. So it's documented, not CYA, but just because, in order for us to execute effectively and efficiently, everybody needs to have access to all that information, which you all should absolutely have access to as well.
And in the process that we do is on a weekly basis, we look at that backlog of issues that are found, and then we make sure we make weekly progress on addressing all those issues found over time. We don't do one big rush. We just prioritize and slowly but surely knock those things out over time. That way, so we don't disrupt the infrastructure. So.
Do we want to ask if there's anything?
Yeah. All right. We can open up any questions if you like. Or
we've got 3 minutes. If there's something specific you'd like us to just talk about more without a question, we can do that.
Counties do you currently support in Texas?
Bexar County.
Palo Pinto, Parker. But we're federal contractors, so we support the world.
Yeah.
Do you know of any other? Well, I mean, you got a presence in Fort Worth. So.
Yeah. So Collin County, we have some work there. So
where would your closest support staff be?
Mineral
Wells and Fort Worth.
Well, and if you include interns, we hope to have interns here local as well.
Mm-hmm.
Parker County.
Well, I moved up here from San Antonio to Mineral Wells 2 years ago, and I opened an office up there. So we're not directly supporting the county itself. We have business here. So we've got at least one of 3 nonprofits that we're supporting for free in Mineral Wells. ARMS, I don't know if you guys know any of those, but yeah, there's several nonprofits that my interns.
In Parker County?
Yes. They're over on the old Walters base, barely Parker County, but it counts.
Oh, I was specifically asking about the county government. Yeah, what county governments do you support?
Officially, really, Red Knight doesn't support anyone.
Yeah, most of the work that we have is federal work. We're currently not supporting any counties at the moment.
Okay.
Though I do volunteer very heavily with my city government and city of Mineral Wells. So.
Do you, sorry about that. Do you have any experience with radio networks?
Intercepting them.
Supporting radio networks, deploying radio networks?
We don't support them directly, but are you talking about like radio data networks or radio voice networks? Like,
Voice networks.
No, not a lot, but I mean, I'm a double ET, and so I've done that kind of stuff in college. It's still a computer network.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the final presenter is Goldsmith Solutions. And if you'd like to take it away and introduce yourself, please.
Awesome. Try to stay on track here this morning, so give me a moment to set a timer here. Well, good morning. I appreciate y'all's time today, Commissioners and Judge. It's good to see you again. My name is Sam Goldsmith, and I represent Goldsmith Solutions. We're one of the finalists in your RFP process. And I understand from Mr. Tillman that y'all ranked those and we scored the highest, so we're very honored to be with you today. Today I have some members of our team here. I'll introduce them just briefly. This is Drew Altum, he's our operations officer. Trent Brockington is our network engineer. John Beam is the system admin. And then David Sons, who's our customer success and account management. He is at the election training school this week in Round Rock, so he couldn't be with us today. I hope that you've had an opportunity to review our proposal. I'm not going to quote this thing to you by any means. I will say that y'all's process was very thorough and in depth. I think our submittal was about 55 pages plus a bunch of legal paperwork that was required by the county. And so we've been a part of these processes for several counties in Texas. We specialize in county government. We only have community banks, like privately held small town banks, as customers and county government. That is not hospitals, that is not cities, that is not other water districts, it's just county. And we believe that sets us apart because county government is unique. The challenges that y'all deal with, I don't have to tell this court, but maybe the public, the folks that sit here before you to the public, that you have to be well versed in a lot of things, and it's a challenge. And technology is becoming one of those things that used to be a luxury and now it's a necessity, and it's to the point from a regulatory standpoint and from a just absolute critical to your environment standpoint that the county cannot accomplish your mission without a strong IT system. In our proposal, there was an executive summary. It just basically outlines, starting on page 5, the services that we proposed, which is to outsource the county's IT department and to provide Hood County with our leadership and expertise and a team of people to support Hood County. We outlined some cost savings. Our proposal, for example, if you compare that to what Hood County is spending from an HR cost standpoint, saves the county about $100,000 a year. We are proposing that we would have on-site support, which is required by the county, meaning that you require us to respond within a certain amount of time in an event, but we went further than that and said that we would position people in Hood County if you would, like in the county facility, if you would provide us the space to do so. That is not a requirement, but that's something that we think would be a win-win for the county and for us as we support the county by having more boots on the ground, but backed up by a larger team that has, different experiences and different knowledge, like subject matter expert. We propose that there would be zero transition cost or startup cost, even though we know that right out of the gate, this would take a lot of time initially, just to review documentation, review items that need to be addressed, meet with the Commissioners Court, meet with your IT committee, meet with elected officials, and just kind of get an idea where's the county now, where does the county need to go, and then, based on our 20 years of experience in county government, kind of propose to the court a path forward. In our executive summary, we talk about we're a solutions-oriented company. We do not sell hardware, so we procure hardware through your purchasing agent on the best contract price we can get through the state of Texas purchasing process, whether that's tips, buy board, competitive bid, et cetera. But that does not pass through us and get marked up. We are a solution-oriented, service-based business, and so when we say, hey, we need to replace computers or we need to replace networking equipment, we're not suggesting that because we're making a sales commission or something like that, and we're just basically recommending it based on our expertise and then going out and helping the county go through that procurement process. We talked about our goals for Hood County are to develop a plan for your IT system, develop the budget needs that back up that plan, to meet with county leadership, as I mentioned, so that everyone is a part of the plan. Because as we all know, county government is not a top-down structure, and you're only as good if you work together in different departments to accomplish your mission. And then to follow up on any outstanding issues, provide reports, provide service level agreement documents, provide kind of a report card type thing. And so that's kind of where we are. The last thing I'll mention about the proposal, as far as kind of detail, is we included on page 7 why partner with Goldsmith Solutions. And I would tell you that we have a proven track record of success. We've been dedicated to serving county governments in Texas for 20 years. We have a team approach that includes multiple levels of expertise to address even the most complex problems. We're proposing on-site support to help Hood County and to provide a faster response. We are a Texas-based team, and we're committed to Texas counties, and we have on-site, we have emergency support and response from anything from natural disasters to election issues to just day-to-day IT needs that include our team 24/7, 365 days a year. As I mentioned, county government's unique. We're very familiar with the software systems used, Tyler, TexEver. If you say TexEver to the county clerk, I don't know if they're in the room, that is something your county clerk and your JPs use for your birth and death vital statistics. It is a complicated, convoluted process. When it works, it's great, and when it doesn't work, and you call Austin, they say, we're not really sure. We have built relationships over the 20-year period, including with Health and Human Services, to where we call the developer directly because they know if we're calling that it's a problem, and we've been able to work with them to improve that system and to provide support for the counties that we serve in a better method. The county required 5 references to be a part of this RFP process. The county required one of them be a city or a county that the vendor supports, and one of them be CJIS oriented, which is the criminal justice information system that your courts and sheriff's office deal with. We provided 15 references, all of which are county and district court systems that we support today. As I mentioned earlier, we're very thankful to be in front of you, and we're proud to participate in this process. But I realize that the county really is facing the fork in the road. Do you do what you've done before, or do you move in a new direction? I can't answer that question for you by any means, and I wouldn't even attempt to. But what I can tell you is about us, and that is, in every RFP process that we've been a part of for the last 5 or 6 years, we have been the top-rated respondent or vendor. We've been through this with numerous counties. We have competed against a Fortune 1000 company and scored higher than them. We have competed against a Fortune 500 company and scored higher than them. And I say that not to brag, but to say that the closer you are to the people, the better support you can provide. And I think that's representative of county government tries to serve their citizens in a more personal way than the state or the federal government. And I believe that that's helped lead us to success because we try to build, lifelong relationships with people and trust, because IT is all based on trust at this point. We can put process after process in place of how your users need to comply with the county's policy. But when you get to the top, that is a trust relationship, because there have to be checks and balances and maybe dual control, but it's still you're trusting that firm or those experts to make the best decision and to inform the court in an accurate manner. Every IT committee that we've ever presented to that then in turn made a recommendation to Commissioners Court has selected our firm. And so I'm very proud of that. And again, I think that says a lot. What separates us is just the fact that we understand your everyday world. We understand what the county clerk does versus the district clerk. We understand in an emergency, the official emergency, the person in charge of a disaster is the county judge. You can have an appointed emergency management coordinator, but the buck stops with the county judge. Just understanding that environment that you work in helps eliminate roadblocks and helps get a faster response sometimes when it's critical. And so I think that's very important, and that's something we bring to the table. I mentioned we understand your software systems. We've worked with Tyler for years. We've worked with all the state applications for years. Obviously most IT firms know Microsoft Office and stuff like that, but that's not what we're talking about for Hood County. It's very unique, it's very tailored and very specialized. All of the people for our company that, from the person that answers the phone to the person that installs a new computer to the network engineer, et cetera, all of them are CJIS compliant, have fingerprints on file with the state of Texas, have a background check on file that meets the CJIS standards, and then do their continuing education. We have not been asked by counties to do this, but in 2020, I believe, we started extending our support on election day and in early voting, because from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and then someone on call after that, and I think really it was 6:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m.-ish, and then having someone on call past that. But because I personally believed that the 2024 election, presidential election, was the most critical election in our country's history, both from a transparency and integrity standpoint, but from many other standpoints. We spread our team. We not only provided extended hours on election day, no additional cost to the county, but we spread our team around Texas so that they were within 30 minutes of any customer that we supported. And some of them were on site at the customer that we supported so that we could respond immediately. In that, we had a major election location go down due to a battery issue. That was responded to within about 30 minutes, someone on site dealing with it, helping the election administrator, talking to the Secretary of State to make sure that we're compliant. We had another election site that lost internet completely that was in a school. We had new internet deployed they called, we were there within about 40 minutes, and we had new internet deployed within 20 minutes after getting there via Starlink. So we understand the importance of what you do, and I always tell judges and commissioners that I deal with, my job is to make sure that you're not on the evening news because of any kind of IT issue. And it's a difficult job, just like your jobs are difficult, but we've got to work together to do those things. We have contacts at Texas Association of Counties that we work with, all of the network teams for the major networks for Texas that impact the county, including Texas DPS, the Office of the Attorney General, and DMV. I can pick up the phone and call their network engineer directly when there's a problem or an outage for like your motor vehicle registration system and get a response. We are Texas-based, and we're very proud of that. I know that the county is considering 3 other vendors, and we think being Texas-based and being privately owned helps make better decisions that would help Hood County. And you're considering some other vendors that are Texas-based. You're considering one, I believe, that's based out of Virginia, and then one of the Texas-based companies is owned by a company in Denver and backed by venture capital in Palo Alto. It's not to say that any of those things are bad. It's just I think the closer you can get to the people making decisions and work with them and partner with them, the better result you're going to have. We try to innovate in all that we do. I've been talking to courts for years about the trial of the future is technology-based, and I always use the example of the board game that we played as kids called Clue. And I said, no longer do you walk into a courtroom and hold up a revolver and say, Colonel Mustard in the billiard room with the revolver, and that's who created this, who committed this crime. It is all technology-based now. It is GPS coordinates, it is video, it is body cam, it is who, what, when, where were they. And so while I've been saying for years the trial of the future is technology-based, we're in the future. I mean, it's just amazing what I've seen in the last 20 years of court systems needs when it comes to technology in order to provide your citizens an excellent response, and then also to make sure that the least of these that are victims of a crime, have their day in court. We have worked with Texas counties on historic courthouses since 2014, and when I say work on them, I was personally on the committee for the Texas Historical Commission in Austin that oversees the courthouse preservation program, trying to talk to them about how technology needs to be incorporated into these historic buildings, because the county has to have technology that works, but the historic people just want it historically to look pretty. And so if you don't incorporate technology in the beginning, then you have wires all over the floor and stuff stapled to the wall, and I've seen that. I've personally volunteered for my home county, which is Callahan County, where I grew up right outside of Abilene, for 10 years to restore and preserve their almost 100-year-old courthouse, and I'm proud to say that we're going to finish construction on it this fall. And it's been in a lot of magazines as the courthouse of the future because we've incorporated these type long-term needs of the county into that 1929 building. Our team has 198 years in IT, 100 of which are in government. So I think that's just a net positive to Hood County. David Sons, who is not able to be with us today because of the election training, he was the director of the technology wing. There were two of them, but he was one of the top people at the Region 11 Service Center for 20 years, which is out of Fort Worth and served Granbury schools and all of the schools in this area. And so he has relationships with people that I think would be a benefit to the county. And one example would be, I know I've watched a lot of your meetings talking about your radio system and redundancies and resiliencies to the network and what happens if this tower goes down. Maybe I can't promise this, but my initial thought was, can we work with the schools who own their own fiber through Region 11 all over this region and partner with them to try to help solve some of those problems while reducing the county's cost or providing a better product. And there are private firms out there that we work with that could do the same thing, but I have lots of ideas that I won't give you today or bore you with today, but several ideas that I think would help you immediately start working towards solving some of the problems that I've seen the court discuss over the last 3 or 4 months just by watching your telecast on your website. Again, the RFP process was clearly defined and was really well done. We know there's an election security assessment that's out there that we are not privy to at this point, but if we were to be given the opportunity to work with Hood County before we move too much further, we'd want to see that and sit down with you and visit about that, because it will be very IT-centric as well as very policy-centric. And so I don't know where Hood County stands in that process, but that's something that I would recommend, no matter how you move forward, that be addressed with who's leading this moving forward. We'd want to do a network review and documentation review, as I said. In closing, I'll just tell you, we've only ever lost one county customer. And it was very painful for me because I put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in it, and I was friends with these people and built relationships with these people. And we lost them in 2020 during height of chaos in our country. So, people were on edge about everything. That customer was lost to one of our competitors that you're considering, and they came back to us last year and, not just asked us to come back, but I told them, I said, do not vote to bring us back to solve these problems that they were experiencing unless it's unanimous, and don't bring us back unless you plan on me retiring from this county. And I'm happy to say and proud to say that that was a unanimous vote, and we immediately started working to affect change in a positive way because the election was right around the corner that was related to IT. We've walked this road. And I'll just tell you, I heard a story one time from a pastor that said, a man was walking through a field and he fell down in a hole, and it was dark in the hole, and he was there for hours by himself. And he heard someone walk along beside the hole, and he yelled up, "Hey, mister, can you help me? I'm down here. I need help." And it was a doctor. And the doctor wrote him a prescription and threw it down in the hole and said, "Here, I hope this helps you." Then a pastor and a priest walked by. And he said, "Pastor, priest, minister, can you please help me? I'm down this hole. I don't know the way out." And they said, "Let me pray for you." And they prayed for them and they walked away. And then a friend walked by. And the friend, when he heard of the man in the hole, jumped in the hole. And he said, "What are you doing? Now we're both stuck in here." He said, "Yeah, but I've been here before and I know the way out." So my point to you today is that we have been here before. We've been with counties that faced many challenges, that were in situations where they just needed to know how to move forward, and we've helped walk alongside them for years and to build a brighter future. And those counties are still customers of ours today. So I would be honored to take any of your questions. And again, I really thank you for your time today.
Because you've answered my questions that I normally ask. So.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
At this time, we're going to take a break, 10 minutes. Okay, it's 11:22 and we're back in Commissioners Court. Item number 3, discuss and take appropriate action regarding setting the salaries of elected officials pursuant to Local Government Code 152.013. May convene into executive session. This is what was actually posted in the newspaper, wasn't it? You want to come up here and explain this to us, Ms. Auditor? You're the one that did it, aren't you? You posted it.
Got CJ on there too. You can't take, you got to give.
Thank you, Judge.
Since you did all the heavy lifting on this.
Sure, I'd be happy to share what I know.
All right.
So I was directed to post a 10% increase to the elected salaries in the paper. Originally, we posted 5% and then we reposted 10% based on the several conversations that we've had as a court together.
This is it.
That's it.
So why don't we just go ahead and attach this elected salaries here as an exhibit here for the, let you look at it, and is that exactly what you had posted in the paper, that is, reflects the 10% increase for the elected salaries, elected official salaries? It is?
Sorry, Judge.
Questions or discussion?
Yeah, I just think we have still some more work to do on the budget, so I would request that we table this item until we continue work on the budget. We have until, till September 30th to do that. Hopefully we won't take that long, but motion to table.
Make a motion to table. Is Mr. Mills going to come back here?
Oh.
Can we do anything else on the other items if we don't do item number 3 is my question. That's why I'd like to ask Mr. Mills that.
Yeah, Judge, I'm pretty sure that we have to, that the sequence is, yes, we have to do this. Whether it's a 2%, 8%, 6%, whatever, but I think that it's been proposed for 10% across the board, but we have posting requirements and statutory requirements and a sequence in which to do this. And so I think that this at least starts the ball rolling for the rest of it. There is a caveat, and it does not stop us from working on the rest of the budget. But there is a caveat to this, and this is it. Once we post this and we get into the budget and decide that we need to do some trimming in other places, we cannot go back on this one. This posting will be, we can't go up and we can't go down. And that's my understanding from council. So that's what I know.
There's a motion to table. I mean, as long as we do this in this order, it doesn't mean we have to do it today. We just have to do it in this order. What's here, the item 3, item 5, and item 6 have to be done in that order, but there's nothing that says we have to do that today. We can do it 2 weeks from now, last court in September, a special called meeting. We don't have to do this today.
Do you have any idea what that period of time is?
Would Matt Mills know?
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well, this, I'll go ahead and speak to this a little bit. In the last several instances where we went out and looked at hiring new department heads and stuff like that, we have had to increase those salaries. We're not in the ballpark with these things. When we're going out looking for new people to fill these positions, we're not in a competitive market at all. And this is with law enforcement, with jailers, with dispatchers. This we mentioned the 10% number just to try to get up to attract the talent and to the retention for the people in these very difficult positions. I know the jail hasn't been fully staffed in quite some time, and I don't know if I don't think dispatch has been fully staffed since I've been here. Is that?
They are now, according to.
We are now, okay.
But not the
And that's-
deputies. The jail and dispatches, according to the monthly report we just received, jail and dispatch are fully staffed, but this deputies 5 openings. Correct? Looking back, did I quote the report correctly? Okay, thank you.
I thought you had another.
Having a question here. Do we have to go ahead and vote on item number 3 right now before we could go on to take and consider any of the other items, as I understand it?
Elected official salary.
Right, I see that. I was under the impression that this one and the other ones weren't really ready after enough discussion. I think, as I understood it, there was talk about having some of these things on a ballot for an election, which now I understand that doesn't need to happen. And so if it doesn't need to happen, you're not under the crunch of having to do it today because of the ballot getting done in the next couple of days. So my thought was that this whole thing was going to be tabled as far as finalizing the budget and the tax rate and all that stuff for maybe another 2 weeks or more until when we usually finish is typically early September, right? I don't know. So right. Right. I'll have to take it. Okay, and I'll have to take another look at it, but I don't know if we posted it already, which we have, right? Do we have to repost it if there's a new meeting, or if it's just? Well, okay, so if you're changing what the proposed rate is going to be, right? Okay. Well, I don't know what it's your call. You'll just, if you want to do it like the first meeting in September, which is kind of what y'all have done the last few years, I think, is right around that time is when you finalize everything after, rounds and rounds of meetings, then we still have plenty of time to post it. That would be my thought if you're not ready to take a vote on it today. I don't know.
I have made a motion to table while you were out of the room.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was getting my stuff together.
No, thank you.
So that seems reasonable to just. As long as we can do it, it's the first meeting in September is September the 9th. Is that going to give us enough time to?
And we already voted to set the rate on that day, the final, we voted that last week.
To vote the tax rate on the 9th?
On the 9th.
Okay. Well, that's almost a month from now, so maybe you could put pursuant to your motion to get a new posting, and I guess you're going to have to figure out the proposed rate schedule pretty soon.
Well, it wouldn't have to be reposted if we did it on the 9th, correct?
Okay. I didn't have that handy. I'm sorry.
No, that's a.
Both of them on the 9th?
Okay. Okay, that's good.
Okay, so if you can do it, so is that table it until September
September
the
the
9th?
9th, yes. Yes, sir.
Motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to table item number 3 regarding setting the salaries of elected officials until the next meeting, till the meeting on September the 9th. Do I hear a second?
I got a comment first. Before anybody seconds this. If you look at September, so this is to actually set the salaries. If we wait until the 9th to make that call, that means on the 5th, I'm not sure. I guess we don't know about the posting because I'm thinking we'd have to repost this. Well, but I'm walk me through the dates here. If we do this on the 9th and we can't get anything into the newspaper except by noon on the Monday, we would have to get this to the newspaper on the 15th to be posted on the 20th because they only publish on a Saturday, which, and I don't know how many days it has to be out there, but, well, you're not going to make it. We're not going to make the September 23rd court.
September 23rd?
Yeah, with the 10 days and with the notice requirement in the 10 days, we couldn't get it done in September.
This is August.
This is
About
August.
a month.
Yeah, we got. Yeah.
So what are you reposting?
Could be something else.
Well, has anybody seconded this motion to table? This item?
A motion that we go ahead and set the salaries pursuant to the 10% that was posted in the paper.
I make a motion that we approve setting the salaries for elected officials pursuant to local government code 153.013.
I second the motion. So motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to set the salaries of the elected officials pursuant to local code 152.013 per the local government code.
153.
No, it is 152. That's.
But it what?
It's 152.013, right? Right. It's 152.013. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, what, set it at what? It says setting the salaries, what are we going to set them at? Okay.
As posted.
All right, thank you.
Paper.
Again, I'll just say that I think that this is premature. We haven't gone through the budget. We just got the tax rate just recently, and the tax revenue that is based on that tax rate, and we have not gone through and ensured that we have the budget set the way it needs to be. I think this is very premature. This is, I know that Commissioner Andrews wasn't finished, so he's probably going to speak up here. He's talking about that our salaries are low for department heads and other deputies and other people in the county, but this is elected officials. We serve you. I think this is premature, and I'll just leave it at that.
All right. And yeah, looking at some of the comparisons with some of the other counties around us, again, our department heads are significantly under. Our elected officials are significantly under. I know since I've sat up here, we've foregone elected increases completely once and for commissioners another time. And we have squeezed on this tax rate and squeezed this budget down and made this thing very thin. And one of the things that came up earlier was to have the voter-approved tax rate election to ask for the increases. Well, that came out, and we've pushed the rate down so much that we've got enough increment built in there that it didn't even come close to getting to that voter-approved rate, because we've been very diligent and very responsible with these things. This, from the clerk level up, we are pretty far off on some of these other counties, similar situations. And I think this is, we've been extraordinarily fiscally conservative on this, and I think this is time to reward some of the hard work and make sure that we're not losing our talent. So.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it, 4-1. Okay, item number 4, take appropriate action to hold a public hearing for a proposed budget. So at this time, at 22 minutes to 12, we're going to adjourn into a public hearing. Ms. Auditor, you're come back up here and talk to us about a proposed budget here. Working diligently. I will say this, you have been putting a lot of hours in on this budget. You've talked to everybody in the county, including Faye, about this proposed budget here. So with that, you deserve to come up here and tell us what's going on now.
Okay, so right now we have 2 budgets going. We have the original budget that is the judge's budget. Then we've talked more after the truth and taxation worksheets were updated. And so now we have more room to navigate the budget process. So the secondary budget that I sent out to you guys that has not been sent to the public includes the 10% increases that was requested at one of the meetings. And there were several other topics that I would like for you all to think about and make decisions on based on the request from our county departments. So I don't know if you would like to go over that today, or if you want to think through the list I sent you guys recently, or how you want to approach that, but I can share with you what that 10% budget, I'm calling it the 10% budget, the second one that I sent you guys as an idea.
And that's because of the increased revenue that we discovered that was not available when I came up with my 5%. But
correct.
Due to what Commissioner Andrews was saying, because of us being very diligently in the last 4 years, I know for sure, where we reduced the tax rate, there has been additional revenue, that's significant revenue that you discovered, so that we can have the 10% rate without having to go to the voters for any type of voter approved rate. Am I correct?
Yes. Let's restate that. There's no revenue discovered. This is taxes coming from the public. It's not revenue that was discovered. What he's talking about is, it's called an unused increment. So every time that you set a tax rate that's below the voter approved tax rate, you kind of bank that extra percentage. But this is a tax increase. This is what we're talking about, is an increased taxes coming from the public. So it's not discovered revenue, it's taxes on the public. I just want to be clear.
Okay, so there were a number of requests for additional personnel, one of which in the dispatch department, additional radio technician, and an additional environmental health technician, and the collection station requested a half of a full-time position. the county court at law judge and courts requested a court interpreter, a court certified interpreter. So those are the 5 positions that were requested that are in that second 10% budget that I would like for y'all to decide what you want to do with that. The 10% increase to all employees is in there. I'm going through the matrix, the salary matrix per each employee to make sure that those totals in that budget match the people. There may be some changes. I sent it over to Melissa Wellborn and Liam McCoy and our salary matrix committee. We're still looking through that to make sure there were a few errors that need to be remedied, but it's not going to be anything material that changes there. So it should be pretty close for you guys to review. We're still fine-tooth combing through all the details there. Another topic would be the request for overtime. So I'd like for y'all to tell me where you stand on that. There was also a mention of possibly paying shift work employees in the sheriff's department holiday pay in lieu of overtime. There's still decisions to be made there. The out-of-county housing, it was suggested to increase that to $2 million per year rather than the 1.7 that was originally requested. And then increase groceries and linens for the jail 10% to stay ahead of all the increasing costs with inflation. And, you know, there's the conversation about the IT budget and how that's going to look in the next fiscal year. So those are some of the EMS subsidy. These are some of the high points that I would like for you guys to think through and maybe talk about where you want to go with that so that I know how to frame the budget appropriately.
Well, the overtime for the sheriff's department is something. We're going to pay off the overtime out of this year's budget for what has been accumulated for all overtime for the county employees?
That's a big question. Okay, there's many facets when we're talking about that. The big beautiful bill with President Trump has changed some tax figures on comp time. So I think the treasurer made mention that it would probably be easier for tracking if we did, if the court was considering paying off the comp time liability, to do that at the end of August so that when it goes into effect September 1, we can start fresh with those tracking of the calculation, because it's tax-free. So comp time is time and a half, and anything in that half is going to be tax-free. And so it gets very complicated, especially with the different departments and how they're tracking their comp time or overtime or whatever.
Would it be beneficial for the county to pay it off prior to September 1?
Yes, for that point alone, but it's up, of course, it's up to y'all, especially if you're considering it generally. So there's lots of different layers to that onion that we haven't discussed together.
Deputies have been working actually for nothing. They just have to work the overtime. It just goes to comp time. There's never enough deputies, so they can take the time off to get the comp time. So,
Well, from the money side, if you're going to increase salaries, it's a great idea to pay that comp time off at the current rate before you go to the next level. Yeah.
Are there any, this is a public hearing. Did anybody sign up to speak?
Wait,
Hang on.
I had a question. One thing that we have a policy for fund balance, and currently we're over that. One of the things that I proposed that we could do is to designate the final 2 payments on the Crescent bypass out of the fund balance and take that out of the current budget and reduce the tax rate on that. Is that doable? Any thoughts on that?
Reduce the tax rate, what?
No, we're not paying it. We're not paying it early. I'm just saying designate fund balance, because our fund balance is above our policy. So if we designate that portion of the fund balance that it takes to pay the Crescent bypass and take that out of our budget this year, then we could drop the tax rate to accommodate that, because that we can use those funds. We don't have to budget for that in the tax rate.
That's, I mean, we were getting ready to, that was going to come up when we have our audit discussion, but since you brought it up already, I mean, the proposed tax rate, the 0.3165, is an 18.42% tax increase. That's what was proposed. While we have almost double the fund balance that our policy says that we should have. So we've already collected taxes from the taxpayers and set it aside in a fund balance. That money should go back to the taxpayers to reduce this tax rate. So I'm glad you said that, because I was going to bring that up when we have our external auditor discussion. So how we do that, I don't think that's been done in the past, so we need to ask our auditor how we do that.
Yeah, and we're having the same discussion regarding HCAD on some fund balance. And there's a shall in the statute that the chief appraiser shall return the money back to the taxing entities. And we're talking about quite a bit of money here. Or they can put it as a credit for next year's payment. Maybe there's some sort of avenue that way that you're talking about. Because at the end of the day, it's all taxpayer money. I mean, but we have to do certain things out of certain buckets, and we can't do certain things out of certain buckets. And that would be my question on that. But if that fund balance can be used in that way, then we've still got more fund balance than we have already voted on, a policy on that. Then it seems to me like it would be fitting to show that as a decrease in the tax rate. But, can we do that? I don't know.
Can we ask our external auditor? Sure, come on up.
Different to meet this way. No, my name's John Manning, and I'm with Patillo, Brown & Hill, and yes, I think y'all have a 33% reserve requirement, and right now it's like it's 72. So, and you're right about HCAD. Technically, they are supposed to refund that, but a lot of them keep that for cash flow, and then they offset next year's payments with how much is left. So they don't charge them again for that. Works different here because there's not a requirement for you guys to refund that money back to taxpayers. So the way that you essentially end up doing this is, let's say you want to pay for this comp time using this year's money, but actually pay the money next year. You would do what we call like a deficit budget, is you would show that as an expense in 26, and in your revenue side, you would say we're using available fund balance for that. So that wouldn't go in like your other revenue streams or taxes and fees and all that stuff. You would have, yeah, we're going to fund this, but we're using money we already have. So when you look at that, it'll be balanced when you look at your revenues versus expenditures. But remember, that's not really a revenue, that's money you already have, if that makes sense.
What do you call it when you put that?
I think they'll already have a line item in there. It's like use of next year's fund balance, or there's some, and I think it's just a matter of semantics about trying to make your showing we've got this amount of expenditures, this is how we're going to pay for it. So it looks like a revenue, but it is not. You got to realize that when you budget that way, your fund balance will go down, which y'all have some room for it to go down. I'm not talking about going crazy and just blowing through it, because we've had people do that. And once it's too low, it's really hard to get it back. But I do think there is some cushion there when you're talking about a requirement of 33%, you have 70. And how much are we talking about if you paid, like if you paid off this comp time, like what number are we talking about? I don't know what that number is.
360 grand.
Yeah.
And that needs
We're
to come
dealing
out.
with 40, 50, $60 million numbers, so I'm not belittling the number or the importance of it by any stretch, but yes, that cushion is there in your available reserves.
And
by
that needs
far.
to come out of this year. That needs to come out of this budget anyway. That's when it was accrued, right? The comp time?
Over several budget cycles.
Yeah, so, and we can do that out of 55, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
You have the reserves to do that, whether you want to pay it, actually physically pay it out in 25, or if you want to designate it and pay it out in 26. Either way, just remember, if you decide to pay it out, you probably need to have the expense in 25 and then pay for it.
So this is
Okay.
Yeah, before the big beautiful.
before September 1st.
And just to kind of make this a little bit of a better decision, they're changing, well, I guess it really won't impact you all as much, but they're changing the compensated absences, GASB, where the numbers that you have for comp time and vacation, like if people quit, how much they get paid, we calculate that and show that as a long-term debt in your financial statements. So if that got paid off, that would reduce that number. But it wouldn't make that huge of a deal as far as what that number would end up being. But with your reserves, you have the flexibility to do that however the court sees the best way to handle that, if that makes sense.
So let's do that.
Yes, so there's some, I'm sorry, Judge, did I interrupt you? No. Okay. I think that we have some work to do on the budget, as I was saying earlier, because we have some available funds in fund balance, almost double what we should have to put in places capital expenses, different things that we need to do. So thank you. I think.
Now, if you're talking about what the judge is talking about, like actually physically paying it out in 25. So if you do that before September 30th, that's going to show up like payroll costs
Right.
and you may have cushions from unfilled positions to be able to do it that way too. So again, either way, budget-wise and reserve-wise, you have the ability to do it. If you're talking about 350,000, 400, you could do it either way, and it wouldn't have any significant impact on reserves or most likely your budget in 25.
Okay.
But you're actually proposing to get it done this month, before September 1st, correct?
I'm really not.
Well, no, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to.
Oh, okay. I thought you were looking at
No,
me. So
I'm sorry.
Don't ask me. I don't work
Well,
here.
I know I got 4 eyes, but
I'm sharing information. It's up to y'all.
Well, I think there's two different things. There's the September 1st deadline because of the big beautiful law, but then there's also the issue that Commissioner Andrews and I were both talking about, which is we have available fund balance to go into the budget that we're working on to reduce the tax rate. So it's not an 18% tax increase.
Yeah. And to me,
I think that's
either,
what you're saying.
yes.
Okay.
And I'm not, either way you end up doing it, it's going to be, you're using money that's already there. So however you end up paying for it in 25 or 26, you're not really passing that on to the taxpayer.
Okay.
Either way you do it.
I do also want to say, if you're using your savings account to pay your normal operations, that's typically not the ideal scenario.
Right. It
This
usually
needs
needs to be for.
Yeah, which is why I picked the Crescent bypass, because that's we can see the light at the end of the tunnel on that. There's 2 more payments left. It's not a recurring cost.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the obligation you have to TxDOT for the
Yes.
work that they did, and you're just paying them back interest-free?
Yes, yeah. Like I said, there's 2 more of those, but if we designated funds out of the fund balance to pay for that, then we don't have to budget for that in the next 2 budgets.
well, actually, that goes to allocated fund balance. In fact, that is doable.
Yeah.
But you got 5 categories of fund balance.
Okay.
Yeah, and that,
Just allocate that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's definitely.
Yeah, and that, now that's another thing you could do, to just pay that off early.
It's
And that would be
interest-free.
something you wouldn't, yeah, and you could use it.
Might as well hang on to it.
What-
so.
Just before we say, yeah, so at the end of this year, it looks like it's about 3.5. I think it's 2 payments left, one, like a
there's
1.1, and then whatever the remainder of that is. Yeah, again,
This is 2024, is
Yeah.
what he's.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I was like,
Yeah,
wait,
you already-
wait.
what number are you talking about?
That doesn't
No.
include.
Yeah,
that doesn't
we're
include the
a little
payment
bit
we already
behind on
made.
that one, but
Correct.
again, if that's just that one left or two, yep,
Yes.
you would have that in reserve as well. And I think if you did that, even if you did the comp absences too, you would bring that reserve down, but it wouldn't start like being 35% or 40%. Those reserves are there for a reason. I'm glad y'all have it and look at it, because like I said, we've seen people that blow through those, and counties with no fund balances, that's not a pleasant meeting.
Yeah, when you can't make payroll because it's November and you don't get tax money till February.
Yeah, and not even that. It's if you have COVID and you have no reserves, there's just not a lot to do other than go borrow. So.
Well, we've always managed to stay out of that little hole, so.
Let me tell you this, I'd rather have this problem where you're saying, man, we have too much, let's figure out what to do with it, than the other way. So I applaud y'all for, like you said, really looking at the budget, ratcheting it down. But at some point, you got to do some of the things that you need to do. So is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very much.
Yes.
Wait a minute, no, I'm just kidding.
Okay. Anybody else have any comment? This is a public hearing. Anybody have anything they want to say? Anybody? If not, since. Copeland, do you want to say something?
If you wouldn't mind, Judge. First of all, I'm pleased that you are able to do the 10% raise across the board for everybody, and especially our sheriff's department. But I just wanted to continue to say that in Hood County, we're going to have to be competitive with law enforcement to be able to hire and equip the officers if we're going to keep them on the road. With the 10%, even with the law enforcement in this county, you're still going to be behind the competition that they're dealing with when they're trying to hire officers. I just saw a post, Fort Worth PD, their starting salary is going to be $76,000. With the city of Granbury going up their 4% anticipated raise, they're going to be very close to that. Even with the 10% going into the sheriff's department here, you're still going to be looking at them at $8,000 to $10,000 before starting salary. So it will be difficult to compete with other law enforcement agency. And it's supply and demand. The number of officers you've got out there available, they're a pool, and they're going to go to where they can get the most bang for their buck and to raise their families. So thank you.
Anybody else? If not, I guess we're going to, at high noon, I think that's an appropriate deal. We're closing the public hearing. We're going to convene back into commission. Item number 5, consider the proposed increase in tax revenues of the proposed budget of 25.52%, an increase in the revenue of $6,232,035, and take a record vote regarding that increase per local government code section 111.008C. Ms. Auditor? Okay, would you explain what happened here?
So in all the courts from now on, I'm going to request that this language be in every single meeting so that you have the opportunity to make decisions if you want to, not that you have to. So step 1 of the process was setting the electeds' salaries, which happened today. The second step is to approve a budget. And then the third step is to adopt a tax rate. And so this is language so that you are able to navigate that process at the time in which you choose to. You don't have to take any action on that particular item. That is just there. If you're ready to adopt a tax rate or consider it, I think we probably should talk more about the budget before we get to that, this item.
I think we've still got plenty of work to do on
Yes.
getting
So
the budget where we need it to be, so.
those numbers come from the worksheet out of the Hood County Appraisal District. They have software that creates those notices, which was also, did it make this Saturday's paper? I think it's next Saturday.
No, it was supposed to go in.
Was it
for
this Saturday?
For this coming Saturday.
Okay, so in the Hood County News, there was a notice from the appraisal district because in our county, they are our taxing authority for property taxes. And so that is just this verbiage from that notice that was sent out.
That's why we had that vote last week, was to get it to him for Monday
Okay.
noon so he could get it posted.
That's right, that's right.
Okay.
So
I'll make a motion to table item number 5 until we have.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
6, consider the proposed budget that was the subject of a public hearing on Tuesday, August the 12th, that's today, for Hood County fiscal year 2026, including any changes as agreed, and take a record vote regarding that budget. Local government code again, 111.008 and 111.009 in text code, chapter 26. Yes, ma'am.
this is also giving you all the opportunity to adopt a budget, which hopefully at every regular meeting from now until the end of September, you'll see this on every commissioner's court. So it gives you the opportunity to make those decisions. I don't believe the court is ready to adopt a budget at this time, so.
Yeah, for purposes today, I'm going to make a motion to table 6 too.
Equal to table item number 6, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries 5-0. Item number 7, receive a presentation and accept the results of the fiscal year 2024 fiscal audit and single audit from Patillo, Brown, and Hill. Yes, sir.
Judge and Commissioners,
Did we
thank you.
pass?
Yes.
Good to know.
Y'all should have 3 documents up there. I'm going to actually start with the annual financial report first. I'm going to hit some of the highlights. I know you'll have a lot of stuff on the agenda, and I'm not going to take up a ton of your time. My name's John Manning. I'm with Patillo, Brown, and Hill, and we conducted the audit for Hood County as of 9/30/2024. This is our first year. We've done the audit for Hood County several years back, but this is the first year we've been back on the engagement, and we thought it went very well. If you look in the report at page 1, this is really the reason why we're here, is to express an opinion on the numbers and the disclosures in the report as of 9/30/24. And we're able to offer what's called an unmodified opinion, meaning we did not have to modify our opinion for things that the county has either omitted or was not keeping up with, or that the county had such poor controls that we weren't able to rely on the numbers as they were presented to us. So this is a very good report. There's 4 types that we can offer, and then unmodified is really the best. So, that's a big deal. I know we work with the auditor's office and the treasurer for the most part, but we also go out and interview a lot of people about controls, about fraud, and about all these things. So really, the fact that you have this letter is not just an auditor's letter. It's a county-wide letter that if you guys setting policy and people not following it, that doesn't matter. So those things don't work. So the fact that you guys set policy and people are actually following it, know that it's there, is the reason why we're able to rely on the numbers. So big deal, only 3 pages, but y'all are going out for debt. The bondholders are going to look and see, okay, well, did they get a clean opinion or did they not? And you guys have that. So just wanted to make sure that I pointed that out. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but starting on page 4, you guys do a really good job of this. It's called the management's discussion and analysis, and it's put in here for people that don't do what I do or what the auditor's office does all day. We just look at financials. It kind of goes through, puts this year versus last year, and also breaks down like what percentage of your revenues come from different things. Y'all do a lot more than you're required to, and I think it gives a lot of people information about this year versus last year where you can look at the changes. It also columnar has both years put together, so you can kind of see some of the things that you guys incorporated in 24 showing up in the financials here. So again, due to limited time, I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but this is a good place to look. If you're not really just going through and diving through the financials, you can look and get a really good overview of the county in like 10 pages of information. So I highly recommend looking at that.
Mr. Manning, I do have a question on page 4.
Yes, ma'am.
On the third bullet, the 9.3, that's fund balance that's restricted for specific uses. What uses?
Okay, let's see. Okay, if you go over to page 17, you can see that those are like things like monies for records management, things like that, that over there in the other non-major governmental columns, you see they're restricted for judicial, like your capital projects money. So those tax notes that you just did, that money that's still sitting there that's unspent, we show that as reserved fund balance.
So I should see 9 million on page.
Well, you have
17.
to add, you have to add up. It's the 4, the 3, and all those numbers.
Under fund, okay, so there's the.
Starting with 3.
Okay. Okay, got it, thank you. We just got this report right before court, so.
So with that, if you look at page 15, I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but there's 2 sets of financials that have to be in here. This is what's called the government-wide or full accrual, where they try to make a county look more like a corporate audit. So we put everything in there, all of your fund financials, and we also put in capital assets and long-term debt. And this county has very little debt. I know a lot of people are debt sensitive. There's very little here. And the main thing that I want to point out here is if you go to the bottom, the net position section here, in theory, that's if you liquidated all of your assets and paid all of your liabilities, what's left? And you guys are positive in every category. Now, keep in mind, that's a large number, but a lot of that is tied up with capital assets, roads, buildings, things that you can't really liquidate and get cash for. But just keep in mind that the main thing there is as you're going out for bonds and your people are looking at your financial stability, having this positive down here is a sign of financial stability for people that are looking at this from the outside. If you look at page 17, this is a balance sheet. So remember, we're looking at one day. So this is September 30th. And, when you start looking at what is comprised of this balance sheet, I mean, we look at things like audit risk, like what's the chance of this number being wrong, or what's the chance of this number being wrong because it's a super complex calculation. Y'all don't have that. So let's just start at the top. When you look at cash and cash equivalents, you have a little over, almost $43 million in there. What we do is we don't just get bank accounts from the county and say, here's what we have. We actually send confirmations out to the third parties and they confirm, like TexPool, yes, you do have $26 million here. So we're not just relying on the auditor telling us. We go get that independently. So once we get all those numbers and we test your bank reconciliations, we have a really good idea that cash is correct. Your outstanding taxes, that's unpaid property taxes that are accrued and kept up with over at the appraisal district, and also the 2-month lag on sales tax. The sales tax is a large number, over $8 million. We literally can audit that in 10 minutes because all of that information is on the state website. And because those are paid 2 months in arrears, we have to accrue October, November to get the right months to match up. You've had that before, that's customary. So again, that number, very low risk. Your accounts receivable number is predominantly unpaid fines. Again, you'll have a list of what's not paid. We test those. Those things look right. So there's really not a lot. When you hear like Enron, they had such complicated things that they were assessing values to that weren't accurate. We don't have that here. Same thing when you go to your liabilities. Your accounts payable and accrued wages. So your payroll, doesn't exactly end on 9/30. So there's part of it that we have to accrue back to this year. We tested that number. Accounts payable is simply services that were done before 9/30, but not physically cash paid for until after. So we run a sample, look at every check over a certain amount, get the backup. We have a $500,000 invoice that says, hey, this work was done in August. We go find and make sure it was accrued as a liability. So again, very low risk, not a lot of things that could go wrong with that number with the way that we can test those. So again, everything here looked good. Y'all, like we talked about, you do have a 33% reserve requirement, and your unreserved fund balance is 25 million. Total fund balance is 32. So you're like close to 70 for that number. And I think Commissioner Samuelson was going to ask about that. I think are you okay with that?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Yeah.
we've covered it. Thank you.
So the general fund is really the only one that meets the criteria to be presented by itself. The grants we keep in there just because of the sensitivity of that number, but all of the other funds are in what we call other non-major governmental because they're not large enough to be listed individually up front. And that's not my rule. That's GASB who dictates how these financial statements need to look. So one of the things that I wanted to point out, page 19 and 20, where we just looked at a snapshot of a day. This is a summary, 12-month summary here of revenues and expenditures that you guys have collected for the year. And you can see that property taxes and sales tax are the main number there. A lot of intergovernmental, still spending quite a bit of the ARPA money and either are done or almost done with all of that. Charges for services, your investment income is through the roof. You have a lot of reserves sitting there, and you are putting it in things to try to maximize the return while also making sure that the predominant thing is to protect principal. So again, we're able to add to the ending fund balance for general fund, and we're not seeing anything trending here that's pointing to something that could become a crisis later. We always we're measuring as of a certain time frame, but we're also looking to the future to see if we see things that are, if we just hear general fund balance trending down, and y'all are doing deficit balances or budgets, we like to point that out and say, hey guys, we want to pump the brakes on this, but things are looking good here. One thing that I like to point out, and you hear a lot about public retirement and the plans being, all you ever hear about is the plans that go broke. We all are in TCDRS, which is managed extremely conservatively and extremely well. And if you'll look at page 41 and 42, I believe this year y'all decided to make an additional payment to use some of those resources to pay to extra requirement to TCDRS for 24. Yeah, 2024. Yeah. And so if you look at page 41 and 42, you can look, and this year over on 23, you have a net pension asset, meaning you guys have more in funds at TCDRS than what they've measured the liability to be. Now, again, that's for one day and it's for 1 year. So you can see that number's been, it's been as high as a $9 million net pension asset, and it's also been a $1.6 million pension liability. So one thing that I like to point out here is that you guys are in a good spot. We have some where their required contributions have been low. They haven't put extra money in, and that number can sometimes get kind of big. But y'all look really good, and wanted to point out that because of some of these decisions to put the extra money in, you look good on this. But just remember, the only thing that drives this number is the performance of the assets that TCDRS holds for you. And in years where the market does really good, that number is going to look really good. In the years that you have terrible market years, it looks bad. Again, 100% out of the control of the county. And again, also remember that this is never a number that you're physically going to, like your bonds, you're actually going to write a check for those. This is just an estimate of what's owed. And you can go through here, and matter of fact, we can look at that really quick too. If you look on page 35, you can see that there's about 7 or 8 pages of estimates that have went into trying to figure out what number we assess as a liability at TCDRS. And it's not us, it's an actuary company. But if you look at page 38, TCDRS uses a discount rate of 7.6% to come up with that number. You can see if they change that one number to 8.6, your net pension asset would be $14 million. And if they decreased it, you'd have a pension liability of 5.7. So you can see by moving one number by 1%, how drastically that number can change. So we have to have it in here because they require it to be in here. But just remember, it's very subjective, and there's a lot of estimates that go into that number. So really, from an overall standpoint, the books that we got from the auditor's office are in really good shape. We did some regular year-end adjusting entries to get things up to 9/30, and things look very good. You have another bound report that's a single audit. Because the county spent over $750,000 of federal grant money, we have to do our audit under the Single Audit Act. And if you want to look at page 6, you can see that obviously the driver of that was ARPA, a little under $6 million of expenditures in FY24. And so that's the program that we tested. And due to the flexibility of that grant, it's pretty hard to be out of compliance there. All the reports were being turned in timely, and all the reports tied back to the general ledger. So we didn't have to have any compliance or reporting findings to report to you guys. So all in all, took a while. The first year ones always do because we have to build our whole file from scratch. So next year, we should be able to gain ground and not have to get all that from scratch, and be able to, A, do some more test work in other areas, and be able to get this to you a little bit earlier so you can have it earlier in the budget process, which is our goal. So appreciate all the help from the county auditor and the treasurer. They were super helpful. We asked for a zillion things. I think we asked for a lot more things than the previous people did. And we're glad that we did. And I think the report accurately reflects where the county is. And if y'all have any questions, I'd be glad to entertain those now. But a good audit, and we appreciate all the help. Yes, sir.
And page 8 is where there's no findings on the, is that where?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no findings on the ARPA audit.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
And I have a comment here that you got a heading here, disagreements with management. And I just want to note that they had none. So everybody should be happy. But to actually have a spot on your report that says disagreements and then say you don't have any, so that's good.
Yeah, and okay, that is required verbiage that we have to do. We can either do it orally or we do it in writing. For our peer review, where we actually get audited as well, it's just easier to document that we've communicated that. So let's just say the format for that is, if we're working with the auditors and they're not getting us things, or it's super combative, or we're having trouble getting information, we would let you guys know where it's written and put into the record that, hey, we weren't getting what we need and we were having a hard time getting this. And usually when people are doing that, they're either trying to hide something or things aren't really where they need to be. So we didn't have any of that here.
I know you wouldn't have had any of that here, so we appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Right, Stephanie?
Can I ask a question on the page 41 on the TCDRS again?
Yes, ma'am.
So were you looking at the percent, the 106.82%? Is that the number you're looking at?
Okay, which page are you on, ma'am?
Sorry, 41.
Okay.
When you're talking about the asset. So are you looking at the?
Okay, I'm looking. Okay, so they require 10-year trend information in here, which we're now at. So the year that we're using is the far left column on 41.
Okay, so
we're using this column.
Okay, yes.
So up here is what they've calculated your liability, which is $75 million. This is what they're holding for you guys there at TCDRS, which comes to the 80. So the 80 less the 75 is showing that you have $5 million more in assets there than you show.
Okay, thank you.
Estimated liability.
And then the percentage is
Very good.
and it's 106% of what's needed.
Yes.
Okay.
And even when you're not overfunded,
Mm-hmm.
like look at the column marked 2020.
Mm-hmm.
You go down to the
97.
bottom, it's less than 10% unfunded.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that you hear all the problems, they have a plan that they've got grand visions for that they can't afford. So you'll go down here and you'll see 60% unfunded, 80%, not in Texas, other states where you have a little bit more flexibility in your plans. You don't see that here. I mean, the worst it's been is 17% unfunded, and that's a year where the market was just in the toilet.
Okay. Thank you.
And also remember, because of the timelines, this is measured as of December 31st, 23, because we can't get the 24 one in time to get it into 24. So we're always a year behind.
Okay. Thank you.
Everyone always points that out and says, y'all got the years wrong. And I'm like, no, we didn't. It just takes a while.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Item number 8, discuss and take appropriate action to approve and make budget adjustments to increase the county court at law judge annual salary from $168,000 to $210,000 to adhere to the government code 25.005. This increase will approximately be $4,785.60 for the current budget and will be effective September 1st, 2025. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, Judge, this is state mandated. I just, ministerial here, but yeah, I'll make the motion to take the appropriate action to make budget adjustments to increase county court at law judge annual salary from $168,000 to $210,000 to adhere to government code 25.005.
Second.
From contingency.
Oh, well, wait.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Motion carries 5-0. Item number 9, discuss and take appropriate action to approve and make budget adjustments to increase the county attorney annual salary from $168,000 to $210,000 to continue established practice. This increase will be approximately $4,785.60 for the current budget and will be effective September 1st, 2025. Yes. Hear a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to go ahead and mirror that as we've done historically for the county attorney. Approve and make budget amendments to increase county attorney annual salary from $168,000 to $210,000 out of contingency.
All those in favor?
Wait a minute, I got something to say. I want to do an explanation here. I had a long meeting with Judge Haddix on this regarding the county attorney's salary, his salary. And just for the record, this is coming out of the state of Texas, and this includes longevity pay that is accrued after a certain person, after they've been here a certain amount of time. And so this entire increase is handed down to us by the state of Texas. So I just want y'all to know that we're just complying with the law here. And I think Mr. Mills is in his 3rd term, so he's met his 8-year longevity, which puts him in a different tier. And the same goes for Judge Haddix, because they can go back when he was a DA here a long time ago and actually pick up from that. So just letting everybody know that's where this is coming from. That's all I got, Judge.
Okay.
There wasn't a second, but I'll second it.
Motion made by Commissioner Andrews, second.
Say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Item number 10, discuss and consider for approving requiring the announcement of any item to be pulled after the pledges, allowing any citizen interested in that specific item the courtesy to decide if they would like to stay for the meeting. This has come up because of the last Commissioners Court meeting where the city of Granbury had like 8 employees down here getting ready to speak on something, and when it got down to that item, after 2 hours and 23 minutes, the item was suddenly pulled. All this is saying is that if at the beginning of the Commissioners Court, after the pledges, if any of the commissioners up here know that we're going to pull an agenda item, to go ahead and make that announcement after the pledges, so that anybody that's interested in either speaking or listening to that agenda, knowing that it's not going to be heard, they can go ahead and leave. That doesn't mean to say that because of other agenda items that may be speaking before it, you may not know that you're going to want to pull an agenda item, and we're still, as a commissioner or a judge, allowed to pull it. It's just that a courtesy, if we know it's not going to be heard, to go ahead and make that announcement after the pledges.
Yeah, and I need to make an apology on that because there were some folks here to speak on that after sitting here for a long time, and I very much apologize for that. It was not my intention to, I was just thinking, I know we're not going to get the vote. We're going to have this on the court at a later date. And I pulled that I should not have done that. So my apologies to those folks.
And I have something to add as well, since I was presiding that day. The agenda item of which the city is complaining of, and I just want to put this on the record. Number one, it was the judge's agenda item. So he could have called the guy that was presiding that day and let me know that he was going to pull it, because I didn't know, number one. But number two, the city sat here for 52 minutes. I've gone back and watched it, and this item came up 52 minutes into the miscellaneous agenda, the discussion agenda. So I think there's a little hyperbole in there when we talk about they had to sit here for 2.5 hours, because that's not true. And I'm not really sure, there's no amendment here to or suggestion here that we change our rules of decorum. I think we need to do that if we're going to talk about making us do something right after the pledge. But I will add this as well. If I'm going to pull an agenda item that I put on there, I'm going to let the judge know when I start. But sometimes we don't always know that. Sometimes we hear something that we have something on the agenda, that we hear something during the course of the meeting, that by the time we get to it, we go, I don't really need to do this now, so I'm going to pull it. So we can't make a commitment. I don't think it's right for us to sit here and make some sort of commitment that we're going to do this right after the pledge when we're not sure. Every commissioner sitting on this bench has an unfettered right to put something on the agenda. And when they get to their agenda item, I agree. Commissioner Andrews, if y'all want to make a piñata and take it out in the square and put his name, hang his name around it and beat it, he should have taken it down. I agree with that. But he just apologized for that. And, it's unfortunate, but the city of Granbury is just whining over something that's nothing. So that's my opinion, but I don't see any proposed, if we're going to do this, I think it needs to be put into the rules of decorum and presented to the entire court, and let's talk about it.
And then what this says up here, consider it. And I said, as part of the deal, it doesn't mean that you can't not later pull something if the agenda, something comes up during the agenda that allows you to reconsider that and pull it. So you're not bound by, if you don't pull something after the pledges, that you cannot pull it. You can. It's just that it gives, like you say, the courtesy to let somebody know something if you know that you're not going to get to it or you're going to pull it.
I think it's a matter of courtesy, and I've done that before when I've had items. I let you know at the beginning and you strike them, and now it's just striking them and announce it. So that's it. I don't have anything to say other than that.
You want to put it in the rules of decorum or just?
I just think it's courtesy. I don't think we need to have it in the.
Good, that's good. Let's move on. All right, item number 11. Discuss and take appropriate action on allowing the county judge to sign the year 26 SB 224 Catalytic Converter Grant Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority Statement of Grant Award and Grantee Acceptance Notice.
quite a mouthful.
Yeah.
Before we get into this, I do want to specify that the version that I was given had an error in it that was, had an error in it that was due to MVCPA. I have the updated forms here. It's just a single item. It doesn't change any of our obligations, nor does it affect any budget or any information. It's just where the version y'all have says grant budget summary Lubbock County. This says Hood County. It was apparently a mistranscription of the header. So I can provide these to y'all real quick.
I think he just needs it since he's. Oh, well.
Changed from Lubbock to Hood County, right?
Yes, that is the only change. I also told the my point of contact with NVCPA, and they said, I told them I'd pass along their apologies. It was just they're going through dozens of these, and just they missed that one little thing. This is the acceptance notice for the Hood County's application for FY26 catalytic converter grant. This is primary goal. I cannot talk today. The primary goal of this application was to seek a renewal to help with expenses related to last year's application, the installation of flock cameras and whatnot. I was happy I was able to attend the MVCPA workshop with Sean, and it went well. It is a 60 from them, 12 from us, same match as last time, kind of same continuation.
It's something we do every year, isn't it? It's the same thing. It is my understanding that last year was the first time we applied for the MVCPA grant, or at least the last time we were accepted for it, and that was on second solicitation. This is bringing us in line with the normal cycle of how they do grant terms and award their grants.
The annual maintenance.
Yes.
But we haven't been invoiced for the 72,000 yet.
We have, I believe we've received an invoice for it because I needed that to create the grant application. But
I think we received a quote.
A quote, my apologies.
But we just paid the $131,000 in July the 8th for this year's maintenance. So I don't know when the 72,000 will be due, but we just paid $131,000 on July the 8th.
Yes, I've not yet gotten that information for the financial update that's due at the end of this month, so I cannot speak to that.
Well, so this is residual from the first. See, you said every year. This, to me, comes up every 2 months. This is related to the first time we got flock cameras in here. I'm not following this one.
Okay, let me,
Thank you,
Sean,
somebody.
maybe you can come help me with this.
This is my favorite topic, by the way.
Yeah, we asked for the grant, and they gave us the grant to install the cameras, and they've run into a snag apparently between TxDOT and DPS. And Sean, I'm gonna turn this over to you because you know far more about this than
I really didn't want to come up here today.
Yeah, well, you dressed nice for it, so. So this was between DPS and TxDOT had a little.
So we applied for the grant last year. So we applied for the 24 cameras. We've only gotten one installed because there were some ongoings between TxDOT and DPS, and so TxDOT. Oh, sorry.
This was the original 4.
This is for the original one. Yeah, yes, sir.
24.
The 24. The 24 cameras.
Okay, thank you.
That's. So all the TxDOT right-of-ways, which is a majority of our cameras, the 23 cameras, are put on hold and still in the TxDOT permitting. So we've only been billed for one. So the $131,000 that we just submitted, from my understanding, we're only going to be paying for one of those cameras until the cameras actually go into production, being out on scene. in order to make sure that we have the money for the next billing cycle, and for this grant, that's why we had to do it now, so we would have the money ready for it coming up. So we have to get the approval, but the money will just sit there until we get invoiced. As it stands right now, though, we only have one active camera through the motor vehicle grant going, because the other ones are still put on hold. And DPS gets theirs done first, and they got like 960 permits waiting to be permitted. And then we're at the bottom of the food chain. So I don't even know when those other 23 cameras are going to get installed right now, or we get the permit to get installed.
But we paid the 131,000.
So what motor vehicle grant people and Flock are working together is trying to get the billing set up so we're only paying for that one, and then the money just sits there. And then from what I understand, it's going to come back to us if we don't get those cameras in within that year.
So we're going to get a refund from Flock on the 131,000?
Yes. So I had a
Will
meeting.
the county auditor write that down?
So, well, it's actually going to be the motor vehicle grant people and Flock working together. They're trying to work out the billing right now. Me and the sheriff and the chief were on a meeting trying to figure this all out, because TxDOT has put a hang up, and this is just across the state of Texas. Everybody's in the same boat as us. They're trying to figure out, well, how's this money working? And I said the same thing too. Where's the money going? If we don't get our cameras installed, it needs to come back to the people who have it.
Sorry, it's supposed to be on silent. I don't know why it's not.
So yes, we paid the $131,000. We got to figure out how that money is going to get back reimbursed. If those cameras don't get installed, then that $72,000 will pay for the next time around. But yeah.
They're going to
I
have
really
to
don't
do
like
some-
coming up here.
Yeah, they're going to have to do some accounting on this
Yes.
thing, because the initial payment was for the installation in the first year of maintenance.
Yes.
So if they get this up and running October the 15th, then we get a year of maintenance from that point. So they're going to have to do some accounting on this and figure out what the amount would be at that point.
The other thing,
The
other thing that's kind of complicating matters is that, because Commissioner Eagle brought up, like, I thought this was a yearly thing, and it seems to come up at, so quickly. Last year, we were second solicitation. This is bringing us into first solicitation. So, like I said, this is bringing us in term with their fiscal year. So that is causing some additional complications, but it is, on the grant side of things, it's a simple case of once the sheriff's office and they're able to fill out the relevant information and do the accounting, grant-wise is really simple. We put forward, these are the expenses we've accrued based off this program, and then they will reimburse us the appropriate percentage.
I don't have nothing to do with the money. The motor vehicle people in Flock will send us the invoice. Flock and motor vehicle will send us the invoices of what's going on, and then that gets submitted to them. I don't get.
It just feels like we paid $131,000 on July the 8th too early, because we paid for 24 and we only have one installed.
Right, but that's not our fault or the grant people's fault. This is all on this. We had nothing to do with this.
But we paid Flock. We didn't, right? We paid.
Yes, but the money's just sitting there because remember, it's grant money too. So
it's what?
It's grant money. Okay. So it's sitting there until either it happens, and they said if it doesn't happen, then they have to reimburse us. So they're working on all that whole process. I mean, on the meeting we just had, they talked about it, and the meeting I had with the sheriff and the chief on it, they talked about how this is all going to go. So they're working on the process.
But it's sitting in Flock's bank account, not the taxpayer's bank account. The $131,000.
Right. Yes. If we sent them the check, it's sitting with Flock right now. Yes.
Do we have the cameras here at the county?
No, they have the cameras. So what happens is once TxDOT approves the process, their installer goes out and then they just put them in the ground basically.
So the cameras go directly to the TxDOT?
No, TxDOT does the permit process. So, because it's a right of way for TxDOT, so they approve the process. I mean, where the permit is going, where the camera is going. Once they approve it, then Flock goes in and installs it. TxDOT has to approve where I told them to put it at. And so this whole thing that happened between DPS and TxDOT is delayed this thing like by 7 months. So everybody in Texas has the same issue right now. It's not a good time right now.
So we should be expecting a refund from Flock?
If the cameras don't get approved, then we'll see what happens. Yes, we will. But we still have a little bit of time for TxDOT to approve that, to approve the permit and install.
And why would they not get approved when you said TxDOT has to approve?
TxDOT has to approve the right of way.
The location?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I hate to ask this, but, and I haven't looked myself, I'm going to. Have you heard anything on that case going on up in Virginia?
Nope. I've been watching it, nothing yet.
I hadn't either. So.
I'm more interested. I'm interested, but yeah, nothing yet. So, and I've been looking for new ones too, because I've been on the phone, even here, been on the phone with TCIC about legislative, and I've had an extensive conversation with Mr. Andrews yesterday. Really, the legislator needs to figure out what we're doing.
Yeah, well, I know they've got them out of Austin now.
Yes.
They got them out of there, so.
And that was, so that whole thing, and that's kind of the crux that I'm sitting in with this whole audit thing, is technically by rules, they weren't allowed to do that. That audit was not supposed to happen. So talking to TCIC, she was like, we are working on trying to figure out a way to set up an auditing process the right way. But since there's no legislative out there, they're kind of trying to put it all together to make it all work. So that's why I'm trying to work with you guys and then try to keep us out of trouble at the same time to make it all work. Yes.
Thank you, and I have been working.
There's mud now.
Yeah.
Can we move on now?
No, I have
Get out of here?
I have a couple more comments. So, just, working on with you and the sheriff and some external parties on how to resolve the motion that was made to have an audit review. And I sent you some info yesterday on, Christine, do you have that document or that screenshot that I sent you yesterday? There's a thing called an organizational audit that Sean is looking into that was recommended to me from, I just went to commissioner training last month, and we had a great presentation on Flock and the benefits and all the crimes that have been able to be solved with Flock cameras. So I'm not anti-Flock. I just want to be sure that we comply with the oversight that we had agreed to. And so there's, I don't know, does she not have it? Okay. There's a feature within the Flock system called an organizational audit that can be run that provides the information on the searches. The audit report that we currently get from the Sheriff's Department is more of a total of searches. And this audit report shows, say you have 20 searches, well, then you'd see 20 lines of detail that show who did the search, the case number, and the several other pieces of information. So that's something that I'm working on with Sean.
That's actually how I do the audit, was doing the audit with the constables. That's the organizational audit that I sent them. That is the crux of the problem with TCIC and that information being shared. That's what I'm working on. That's how we were doing it before the organizational audit.
Okay.
So,
and then there's also what's called an insights dashboard that's pretty helpful.
So the insights dashboard was actually getting put onto the public site of the sheriff's office. That's the information that feeds into their, say, how many cars were running and stuff like that.
Okay. This is just a blank report, but you can see it has the name, the organization, the networks that were searched, the time frame, license plate, which would probably be redacted, the reason code, and the case number. So this is an example that from a test system within Flock of a search that could be done. Also, go ahead.
So the crux of the problem with that, can you go back to that one, is when I pull it down, it turns into an Excel spreadsheet. And the problem that everybody's having with it, they think, and and again, it's not me, it's the whole thing is that when I hit download CSV, that brings up a spreadsheet. The crux of the problem is people think that I will manipulate the spreadsheet, or the person replacing me will manipulate the spreadsheet. That's the crux of the problem. TCIC says I can't release it, but then the next problem is people saying, well, you can manipulate the Excel spreadsheet. Yeah, it's possible. So we had talks yesterday, and I think we have a fix for that.
Okay, thank you. And then there was also a suggestion by the presenter that that there's a feature that Flock has that's called a read-only account. And so I asked how much does that cost, and it's actually a free feature, free option that Flock has for an ORI that may not be big enough to buy their own cameras, but they can participate in the network by having a read-only account. So more to look into for that. And that's.
So I talked with Mr. Blaine about that. I'm fine with that read-only account and giving it to the constables and stuff like that. The only caveat to that is if it's the reads are being done under our own ORI, what I would ask is that we do like a sub-agency like we do with them with dispatch and stuff like that, how we do the services. We just have a contract or an agreement. You're a sub-agency, you're getting reads, so whatever you do, that is your responsibility, and the sheriff's office is not held liable if you're abusing the system.
We'll work on that with you guys and the county attorney. And just one more point of clarification is when Flock sent what looks like an order form, it was actually the contract that should have come to the judge for signature, and it didn't. So that will be on the next court to get the proper signature on the 24 cameras.
And that's my fault. I'm sorry. What I was told was totally different, so I signed it thinking it was a work order to get the tech stop permits processed. So
But it did say order form. It did say order form on the top, but then when you read it, it's actually got terms and conditions. So
my fault.
No, we'll get it fixed. Thank you.
Anything else we need for the letter, statement of grant award?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve or allow the judge to sign the FY 26 SB 224 catalytic converter grant motor vehicle crime prevention authority statement of grant award and guarantee acceptance notice, or grantee acceptance notice.
Converter grant, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
4-1. Passes. All right.
Thank you for your time.
12. Discuss and take appropriate action for additional funding to repair or replace failing HVAC units in the county buildings. Mr. Leland, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing quite well today, Judge, Commissioners. I've been working the last couple months on getting quotes to replace a fairly large piece of equipment up at the jail. And when I do, that will leave our Fund 55 allocation at just under $27,000, which is below my comfort zone. That leaves us exposed to, if we have another large piece of equipment down, having to hold an emergency meeting to re-up that allocation. So I'm just trying to work ahead of that and prevent that case.
You had just had one for $38,000.
That's one I'm working on now, and that will leave that Fund 55 allocation at $26,996.93.
Okay. Replenish it.
Yep.
All right, how much you need?
I'm just asking to replenish up to the $75,000 mark we usually do, and the amount to do that would be $48,003.07.
48,000?
Yes.
Okay.
$3.07.
Yep. Yes, sir.
$48,003.70.
7 cents.
7 cents.
I'll make a motion to approve from Fund 55 the additional funding for repair or replace failing HVAC units in county buildings of an amount of $48,003.07.
Second.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to replenish the HVAC fund in the amount of $48,003.07, seconded by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Leland.
Thank you.
All right, item 13, discuss and take appropriate action, allow the county judge to provide an electronic signature to participate in the Purdue direct settlement. Yeah, I guess that's easy. We're going to get some money. I'm all for that, don't you agree?
Some year. I don't know when.
We've had multiple rounds of this already.
Yeah. So I hear a motion.
I make a motion that we approve and allow the county judge to provide an electronic signature to participate in the Purdue direct settlement.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Eagle, to allow the county judge to provide an electronic signature to participate in the Purdue direct settlement. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries 5-0. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the August invoice from the city of Granbury for the Granbury Regional Radio Network. Sean and Margaret Campbell.
Margaret, what's your last name now?
Kendrick.
Kendrick, okay.
But I'm still waiting on my DPS appointment to change it on my driver's license, so I guess technically it's still Campbell for now.
Well, congratulations, I guess.
Thank you. So we wanted to put this on the agenda just to get your opinion on how you wanted us to proceed. In the past, we get a monthly bill from the city of Granbury for the radio network, and that is historically been $14,556. The August invoice is $24,351, which is obviously a lot more than we've budgeted for. When I go and look at the math, it looks like it's falling in line with their new proposed rates of $20 per radio. The issue I have is I don't know that I can pay that without court approval because we haven't signed a new interlocal with the city yet. So I'm looking for some guidance here on how you would like for us to proceed.
Mr. Mills, you want to address this issue?
They haven't even responded.
All right, we've been continuing in good faith since September of '23 when which was the term of the original agreement. And Margaret's been working to reconcile these numbers. You don't even know if that's the right amount of radios.
I think we do now. Travis and Sean and I compared the numbers that we had, and we finally heard back from the city, and we got their radio count, and we went through and confirmed, and it looks like we're good. We have 754 radios total. That counts the consoles, mobiles, portables, and the Be-On radios.
Okay, so you have gotten confirmation that the number of radios is correct on the invoice?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you and I have talked multiple times about this over the last week. My thought would be just, if you want, you can just pay what you've been paying and try to hash out an agreement as soon as possible. But, you know, we would also point out that you did an open records request 3+ months ago trying to get some data and contractual stuff and financial stuff, and they stonewalled you. And I knew that that wasn't going to be upheld by the AG, and it wasn't. And now we're still waiting to get all the data and the information. So there hasn't really been, in my mind, a spirit of open the books and show all the financials.
Mm-hmm.
And so now they hit us with a bill that I don't know if they have a lot of backing or not. So I would just say pay what we've been paying for now and try as soon as possible to work with them and get a new agreement.
Yeah, so I sent it after the meeting that we had several months ago, where we were trying to figure out where the extra funds were going, because this contract was based on $13 per so many radios, but we have a lot more radios than that. So where's the extra $13 going? And they said, oh, don't worry, it's accounted for. And so I sent an open records request asking for the contract with L3 Harris and invoices and some other things. And so I did get some information, but the contract was sent to the Attorney General. The question on the contract was sent to the Attorney General because the city thought that there was proprietary information. Well, Flock had, wrong vendor, sorry, L3 Harris had a period of time that they could go to the Attorney General and specify what in that contract was proprietary. They didn't have anything, so in my view, that could have been a simple question from the city of Granbury to L3 Harris to say, is there anything in this contract that's proprietary? And that could have been answered back in May and not in July. The opinion was made in July 31st, and yet it's August 12th, and I don't have a copy of the contract yet. So without knowing, I'm trying to reconcile what's been paid, what was in the original contract, all of those things, and I can't do that without the contract. So I also understand that the city of Granbury made a statement that they were having to increase their tax rate because they didn't understand or know what Hood County was going to do, and they had to go off and pay for all of the core. Well, there's been no decision made. We're continuing to work in good faith. Even we haven't even had any discussions about whether or not, or with timeframes and prices and all of that, if we were to develop our own core. But even if that decision were made today, I'm not saying that it would, but hypothetically, if there was a decision like that, it would be at least 18 months, if not 2 years, before we would not be on the Granbury network. So for the city council to say that they had to increase their tax rate because Hood County's not participating in their radio network, to me, is really just theater.
And I believe that the initial intent here was the number of radios kind of defined how to proportion the obligation for the radio network. So we carried the bulk of the radios on this thing at $13 a month, and that's what paid the annual maintenance and service contract there. There's some component in here where we've added more radios, and they continue to collect that same fee for each of these radios, even though the cost is static. So I've asked pointedly, what is the variable? Why does that number continue to grow whenever we add more radios? And I still haven't gotten that answer. I'm pretty sure that this is a fixed cost, but yet we're carrying more and more of it. So there are some issues that we've got to go through and get figured out on this radio system. We all need to play along here. We're in the same sandbox, and we need this thing to work, but it needs to be equitable. And so
why are they hiding this information? I don't get that. Why are they hiding it?
Because I think because of that it's a pretty static cost, and they're continuing to increase our rate, and we're basically we may be paying the whole dang contract at this point, especially for $24,000 a month.
If we had the contract, we could,
right?
we would know what the cost was, but maybe maybe they've got the packet from the Attorney General last week, and they'll forward the information soon.
And yeah, that's an old trick. Just send it down the AG, and then you just killed it for another 3 to 6 months. Well, I don't get it. They want to work. They want us to enter into a contractual agreement with them and up the price, but they don't want to give us. They don't want to share information with us. I don't get that. And then blame us. And then blame us for their taxes. We don't have anything to do with the city's taxes. They get all their money from sales tax. A lot of it.
So a typical month's payment on this thing was $14,500.
That's correct, but the $14,556 invoice only accounted for, I think it was 718 radios. It's not as many as we have. So in going through working with Chris Collins, we figured out that we actually had about 46 additional radios.
What should it be based on the contract we got?
With the right number of radios, but based on the current contract, the invoice should be $15,284, which is $728 more than our standard allotment.
Your budget cover that?
We're already a little over budget because we've had a couple of issues with the towers, but I think that would be okay. I can't do 24,000.
Does there need to be a line item transfer from some other fund within your budget, or?
I don't think so at the moment, but I'd have to go back and look.
Okay.
But that would have, there's nothing wrong with accounting for extra radios, right?
Correct. I think we need to pay them for all the radios we have on the network.
Okay, so 15,284, based on what our current agreement,
Based on the current dollar per radio cost, yes.
that would take care of it. So do we need a motion for that?
You making a motion?
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
I'll second
If that's what we need to take care of this, that we pay 15,284 on this invoice, and then we can, well, that's the motion.
I'll second it.
You have that, Christine. Motion made by Commissioner Eagle, seconded by Commissioner Andrews to pay the 15,000, what is it?
284.
284. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 16 is saved to the last.
15.
Item 17, consider and take appropriate action to allow the fire marshal to purchase the duty weapon of a retiring deputy fire marshal for $1 per government code 614.051. Seifert.
Judge, Commissioners, I guess I got this started here a while back when I had some people that retired. Mike Stafford is about to retire, and he is definitely putting his time for Hood County. He used to work for me anyway, and he was there that fateful day, second on scene when Lance McLean was shot. So he gave us a lot of good information, so we caught up with the bad guy and ended it shortly thereafter. So anyway, I come before you today to ask that we let him buy his weapon, or we buy it for him. I buy it for him, or Jeff. And in the past, we did it for the $1. So I guess it's up to you guys how you want to handle it. But per the government code 614.051, it is legal to do that.
Okay. Thank you. That's what we have been doing.
Move to allow the fire marshal to purchase a duty weapon of a retiring deputy fire marshal for $1 per government code 614.051 to be presented to him upon retirement.
Second.
Presented to him upon his retirement. Any further? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
And note for the record that the dollar was tendered.
Yeah, the dollar was tendered, so thank you very much.
Good. Okay. No, 15. I'm sorry, I did miss that. Okay. Oh, okay, Jessica. All right. Now, number 15, discuss and take appropriate action to revise the Hood County Commissioners Court Rules of Procedure, Conduct, and Decorum of the meetings of the Hood County Commissioners Court to reflect the new deadline for agenda items effective September the 1st, 2025. You've got that, don't you? Who did that?
We have the draft.
You've done it. Where did I see a schedule? Is it attached?
Yeah, it's the rules. Yeah, the rules are updated.
Rules are updated, so.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah. I hear a motion.
I move that we revise the Hood County Commissioners Court Rules of Procedure and Conduct and Decorum at meetings of the Hood County Commissioners Court to reflect the new deadline and for agenda items effective September 1, 2025.
Second.
Commissioner Wilson to revise the Hood County Commissioners Court Rules of Procedure to reflect the new deadlines effective September 1st, 2025, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion?
Yes. I'll just point out that that's only in item number 3 of the rules, and it's just moving the deadline back from Wednesday to Monday. That's all I got.
Aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion carries 5-0. All right. Number 18, discuss and take appropriate action to purchase the following 2026 vehicles for the Sheriff's Office, criminal investigations from Sewell Fleet Management. 1 Chevrolet Tahoe not to exceed $75,000, 10 additional CID vehicles not to exceed $54,000, including appropriate rigging. Total purchase not to exceed $615,000 to be paid out of Capital Fund 55. Denise and the sheriff.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Lizen has been working for several months to find a more economical way to purchase vehicles. So I just want to commend her on all of her efforts. She's looked at so many different options, and while we may not make a decision to enter into a fleet management program with Sewell, I think that you have found that Sewell can provide vehicles at a reduced price and faster to delivery, and also faster rigging. So we'll have the vehicles operable within a few months versus a year or more.
Yes, ma'am.
So I appreciate your work on this. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to say I appreciate y'all too as well. We've all been doing this for a long time. I think it's your decision, but if we go to the lease, the county purchase some, and then we'll have some remainder left over for lease program. Part of that is huge in reselling the vehicles. So I think they said 30-something vehicles we needed. I was able to get that to 25. And if we do 11 now, that leaves about 13 left. And I've looked at some other stuff that Commissioner Andrews wanted me to look at as far as the transit, the GPS system, and some other vehicles that we could use for schooling and other things that we wouldn't need equipment, but a lot lower cost. And overall, that's going to really help with our maintenance costs, our gas costs. And if we do all this and we do a combination, I know we're only voting on the first part today, we're going to have about 30 vehicles to sell. And that's the part that I like the most about Sewell, is that they can sell those vehicles and the equipment, or we can keep the equipment, and they're a lot more flexible. So that's something to consider, and that I'll start working on that portion and get numbers to y'all as soon as I can. But today I am asking for this. It would help in the maintenance costs, and it would help bring some of those vehicles from 25 to 13 or 14. So I appreciate your consideration, meeting with me, and everything that y'all have done to help in this as well. So. Oh, and the price I came up with, I think you put 615, and I got it down to $591,694.25. And so, I mean, and that's with the seal and with Sewell and Profit combination. Yep. And at this point, I still have 6 Tahoes sitting at Dana Safety. So
I was going to ask that question.
Still there.
Don't we still have vehicles
there
at Dana Safety with no ETA?
No ETA. I was there, oh gosh, Monday, I think I drove up. I had to take trucks back to fix some errors that they had done, and again, asked them about it. And there's still waiting on equipment is what I usually get. So.
And those are vehicles that were ordered and delivered in when?
It was supposed to be this year. Y'all approved 9, we've gotten 3.
Oh, that was.
Yes.
So last year we budgeted 9 vehicles, 6 Tahoes and 3 trucks, and it was almost $900,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And so this is 11 vehicles, some with a little bit less rigging, but still it's 500 and what?
$591,694.24.
Okay. I think I'll
just.
Oh, and
Question, so is Profit on a cooperative contract as well?
Yes, tips, I have a list of those, yes, sir.
Okay, and the vehicles that they sell will be considered trade-ins towards new vehicles?
No, that would be, if we do the program, and that's what we're going to work on after this part, is that money on the lease program will go back into the lease program. So that will be revenue put back into.
Okay, then we probably need to look at the legality of them selling, just outright selling vehicles.
Yes. They said that they do it all the time and it can be done, but I know that's your
Yes,
area.
a lot of things are not done properly
Exactly.
by vendors because they don't
So
care.
I don't have any problems working with you with that
Okay.
and trying to
Yeah,
make sure
let's-
we're all on the same page and doing what we need to do.
Okay, because I know trade-ins are perfectly fine, but them just selling.
It's not a
I have
trade-in.
questions about it.
And that's for the next deal, that's not for this deal. So
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And the selling is usually, they sell to other agencies, and so that we're covered there as far as equipment. You know, normally when we sell, we have to take all the graphics off, all the equipment, and this, we can do a portion of either way we want to, is what they say. But I'll get with you and we can figure that out.
Okay,
So
thank you.
this is just a purchase. All of that will be determined later
Yes.
if we
If you
decide to
decide on
enter
it.
into that.
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
Okay, so I move that we authorize the purchase of the following 2026 vehicles for the Sheriff's Office criminal investigations from Sewell Fleet Management, one Chevrolet Tahoe not to exceed $75,000, and 10 additional CID vehicles not to exceed $54,000 each, including appropriate rigging. The total purchase is not to exceed $615,000 to be paid out of Capital Fund 55.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Samuelson to purchase the 2026 vehicles, one for $75,000 and 10 for not at $54,000, not to exceed a total of $615,000. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Denise.
Thank you all, and
Sheriff.
thank you all again very much for
Okay.
all the time you spent on this project.
Okay, item number 19, discuss and take appropriate action to post a statement on the fire marshal website regarding BESS and compliance with NFPA 855. Commissioner Samuels?
Thank you. The fire marshal is not here today, but we have had many conversations about this. And, you know, a few courts ago, I brought the resolution. And I think that really all we need to do, because the fire marshal is aware that there's state fire codes that he is in the process of working through with the current BESS that's being built out in my precinct. So this statement is really just to bring awareness to the community and to any potential developer that we are aware that NFPA 855 is required by our fire marshal. So that's what this is. It's really just a statement to be transparent to the public and to any developers. So it says, I don't know if you have that, Christine, if you could pull it up, but it says Hood County seeks to ensure the safe installation, operation, decommissioning, and removal of battery energy storage systems in Hood County. To meet this goal, Hood County Commissioners Court entrusts the Hood County Fire Marshal to ensure compliance with NFPA 855. So did you have a speaker?
We have a speaker, Jessica Hall.
If you were trying to deter me from speaking, it didn't work, so
No,
I'm still
not at
here.
all, not
I
at all.
waited. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, because it's 1:15?
Yeah. I just wanted to kind of review. So I'm here to ask that you enforce the NFPA 855 National Fire Protection Association standard for the installation and maintenance of battery energy storage systems by approving the notice of enforcement and implementing the permitting and fee schedule. It is imperative that the county get this notice in place for the well-being of the community and the safety of our first responders. The NFPA 855 helps to ensure a framework for the safe design, construction, installation, and operation of battery systems. This standardization helps mitigate risk associated with BESS systems, such as lithium battery fires, explosions, and toxic gases. Under Chapter 4.2.1.3 of the 855, these companies are required to provide test data, evaluation information, and calculations in addition to the plans and specifications to the county, such as follows. fire and explosion testing data, hazard mitigation analysis, calculations or modeling data to determine compliance with NFPA 68 and NFPA 69 in accordance with Chapter 9. Under the NFPA 855, each BESS facility operator must develop an emergency operations plan. This plan must include safe shutdown procedures and emergency response considerations. This standard also includes measures to prevent, detect, and minimize the impact of thermal runaway events in battery storage systems. NFPA 855 mandates regular BESS inspections and maintenance. This includes visual inspections, functional tests, and documenting maintenance activities. It also requires early warning fire detection systems and fire suppression systems for energy storage systems, depending on the system size and the type. Some of these detection systems include smoke detection, gas detection, and temperature monitoring systems. I think we have all learned recently just how important detection and early warnings can play a critical role in protecting a community from harm. We are here asking the county for basic protections regarding these lithium battery facilities, considering that they come with such high risks to the public's health and our safety, including the safety of our firefighters who put their lives on the line for us every day. They deserve the best information and tools available to help protect them in their work. Thank you.
Yes, I move that we post the statement that you see here on the Fire Marshal's website regarding battery energy storage systems and compliance with NFPA 855.
Made by Commissioner Samuelson to post a statement on the Fire Marshal website regarding BESS and compliance with NFPA 855, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries 5-0. Item 20, consider and take appropriate action to offer MASA medical transport coverage for Hood County employees for the 2025-2026 years. Commissioner?
Wilson, Andrew.
Yeah, we'll let her go on this one.
Yeah. Well, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I believe you all received an email from me with the revised proposal that MASA sent. I think it's a great proposal. I put in my email what I would like to see the court do. However, that's entirely up to the court. I did visit with the auditor. She's aware that this is a monthly process, and I haven't actually told the treasurer yet, but it would be offered to the employee as a payroll deduction if they wanted to increase their plan, or if the court decided to go with covering the employee, then increase their plan to cover the family.
Okay. And does this take the place of the care flight?
It would, yes, in the sense of
kind of offset
of the court paying for it. I don't think the plan is definitely better than what CareFlight offered.
Okay.
But and of course, this would be a lot more cost to the county than what CareFlight was.
Difference between the the one that we, care flight that we just, basically dropped.
That was $12 a year per employee.
Right, and this is actually, it's regardless of whose name is on the side of the helicopter or ambulance or whatever. This is coverage for medical transport, period, regardless of who the company doing the transport is.
That is correct.
Other plus.
Yes. I don't think you realize how important it is, unfortunately, until you need it, and definitely a huge benefit if you're ever having to be transported air or land.
Yeah.
So the cost, the monthly cost is $2,070, right?
That would be correct. Okay. Actually, that's a savings. Yeah, $2,070, sorry.
Okay. But since we when we went into Aetna, our overall medical premium decreased some. So adding this in is really even, it's not even, we still have some savings in
We
our
still have a
overall
savings.
cost of medical, including this transport.
That is correct. You'll see the $25 there also for the fee that is considered our broker fee. I did put that agreement on the consent. I am going to ask y'all to pull that because I didn't get the agreement in time to run it through the county attorney's office.
Okay.
So I'm gonna work with them before, excuse me, Matt goes out of town and get that on the August the 26th agenda. But the fee I feel strong about. I think the fee is set at $25.
Move that we offer MESA medical transport coverage for Hood County employees for the 25-26 year.
So are you going with the $6 per employee and then giving them the option to increase that at open enrollment time?
That's correct. Next week, I would like to offer this to the employee.
Right. Is that
If
what?
they want to upgrade to family coverage, they can.
Okay, with that, I'll second.
Okay.
Yes. So,
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0.
Thank you.
Very much. All right, item 21, discuss and take appropriate action to approve the order of the November 4th, 2025 constitutional amendment special election.
Yeah, Ms. Cooper asked me to step in on this one. This is just ministerial. There are 17 propositions for constitutional amendments to be on the November ballot, and we just order that election. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve the order of the November 4th, 2025 constitutional amendment special election.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Item number 22, discuss and take appropriate action to adopt changes to the Hood County pipeline permit policy. Mr. Todd Tuggle.
Judge, Commissioners, this is concerning the permit, pipeline permit that's issued through road ops. This permit was, y'all had approved it back in July of 24. After looking at this and looking at some other county permits on the pipeline side, I think road ops would like to, for the court to consider a few changes. This would be lengthening the timeline for the construction to start. And also that would also lengthen the timeline of the duration of the job from the time the permit's issued until construction is complete. So I'd sent, y'all should have the changes in your packet. So, any questions?
Yeah, and this was, they came to us and said, hey, look, we may not make this 6-month window here, and is there a way that we can extend this? And I certainly didn't see any problem in extending that for to give them up to 18 months to get this done. And also to change the fee per crossing.
The fee will change per crossing, and then also there will be one change on the depth. They're from 8 foot to 6 foot.
And that is text dot
that is
standard.
I've looked at multiple county permits, and I have not found one over 6 foot so far. They range from 2 foot to 6 foot.
Yeah.
But anyway, there's a neighboring county that's has made these changes as well.
Yeah, we've been working with Somerville on that because they're coming through both of our counties, and it just made sense.
Yeah. So road ops recommends that the court consider approval.
Okay. Well, I will make a motion to adopt the changes to the Hood County pipeline permit policy as presented.
Motion made by Commissioner Andrews to adopt the changes to the Hood County pipeline policy as submitted, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Tuggle. Item number 23, discuss and consider a change order regarding additional glass breakage and glazing replacement discovered while performing repairs on glass at the historic courthouse. Approximately 58 additional windows or damaged, missing glazing have been found. Additional cost is $26,854, added to RFP 2025-10, originally bid at $56,795. Mr. Leland.
Judge, Commissioners, I got to go on the joyride of going in the lift the other day and inspecting the higher up third floor elevation windows of the courthouse. We were able to see a lot more damage than what we originally thought. I had inspected it, insurance inspected it, and of course many companies bid on that, and now that we were able to go on the lift and see it close up, we're finding a lot more than what we originally thought.
Some of these things are just small corners broken out, or a small crack in the window that they just didn't see on the original drone discovery or whatever. So,
and this extra cost is in the budget, correct? Yeah, so we do have the money in the budget. We just need court approval to update the RFP.
And since this is still less than the other bid, even the addendum to the original contract is still under all the purchasing. Good to go. Okay. With that, I'll make a motion to approve the change order regarding the additional glass breakage and glazing replacement discovered while performing repairs on the glass of the historic courthouse. Approximately 58 additional windows, damaged, missing glazing have been found. An additional cost is $26,854. Added to RFP 2025-10, originally bid at $56.75.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Andrews to have a change order to the original glass breakage and glazing replacement at the historic courthouse for an additional cost of $26,854, added to the RFP 2025-10, originally bid at $56,795. Second by Commissioner Wilson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, this brings us down to the consent agenda. Does any commissioner wish to change or pull anything from the consent agenda?
If you will, pull J.
No?
Jay.
Melissa.
That's the ANCO Hub International Agreement. County attorney was not able to review it in time for me to get it to the court in time for you to review.
Pulling J.
Yes, sir. It'll be on the August 26th agenda.
I make a,
Your motion?
yeah, I move that we accept the consent agenda minus the item J that was pulled.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Business to be conducted, road ops, approved certification of the county road mileage maintained for Hood County road system. Again, Mr. Todd Tuggle.
Judge, Commissioners, this is the current county maintained road mileage for Hood County. It's 468.84 miles. This is something that has to be approved annually. This is as of the 31st of July of 25, so I have to have this submitted by the end of August to the state. So you'll see the list of road miles for each individual precinct, as well as the total miles. There will also be a list of the additions since the 31st of July of 24, as well as some footage that had been took off. This was discovered last year
the city had annexed some in Toller. They're on B court. So there was, that 385 feet came off the road mileage. So, anyway, that's, from last year to this year, it's a difference of about 2,290 feet. So road office recommends approval, for the certification of the county road miles.
Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the certification of county maintained road mileage as presented for the Hood County road system.
Second.
Certified by the road ops here for the county. Second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Okay. Mr. Development, Mr. Clint Head, set a public hearing for the following replat, Whippoorwill Bay and Acton Elementary Edition.
Development recommends setting the public hearings for September 23rd, Commissioners Court.
September 23rd, 2025. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion. Move to set a public hearing date of September 23rd, 2025 to approve or not the following replats. Whippoorwill Bay, Section L, lots 9R and 11R, Block 2 in Precinct 4, and Acton Elementary Edition, lots 1R and 2R in Precinct 3.
Second.
That motion been made by Commissioner Eagle to set a public hearing for September 23rd, 2025. Second by Commissioner Wilson for Whippoorwill Bay and Acton Elementary. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Secondly, discuss and consider the preliminary plat of Orchard 16A 32 lots, Precinct 2.
This property is located in undeveloped orchards of complantation. It's in the Water Quality District in Precinct 2. This preliminary plat is a subdividing of a 30.19 acres tract in the James W. Moore Survey, abstract number 344. These proposed lots will be served by a mud water and a mud sewer. The preliminary plat is proposing to construct 1,450 linear feet of 6-inch concrete private streets. The preliminary plat proposes to create 31 single-family lots, with the smallest being 0.5 of an acre, and a reserve area that is 10.477 acres. Staff has reviewed this preliminary plat, and all comments have been addressed.
Okay. I hear a motion.
Move to approve the preliminary plat of Orchard 16A.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Item C, discuss and consider preliminary plat of Orchard 16B, 41 lots. Yes, sir.
This is also located in undeveloped orchards. It's in the Water Quality District, Precinct 2. It is a subdividing of a 25.751 acres tract, part of the James W. Moore Survey, abstract number 344. It will also be served by a mud water and a mud sewer. Preliminary plat is proposing to construct 1,744 linear feet of 6-inch concrete streets. This preliminary plat proposes to create 36 single-family lots, with the smallest being a half acre, and a reserve area that's 2.933 of an acre, and a 0.145 of an acre reserved for an A-mud lift station. Staff has reviewed this preliminary plat, and all comments have been addressed.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve the preliminary plat of Orchard 16B.
Second.
Preliminary plat of Orchard 16B, 41 lots, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries 5-0. Next, discuss and consider the final plat of Tom Durant Farm, Lot 1, Block 1. Yes, sir.
This final plat is located at 3301 Acton Highway in Precinct 3. It's the combining of a whole lot of tracts. That total of 359.06 acres that is a part of the George Sutherland Survey, abstract number 524, the Martin Setzer Survey, abstract number 502, the James Street C. Armstrong Survey, abstract number 3, The William Osborne Survey, abstract number 432. The John W. Middleton Survey, abstract number 368. John Headington Survey, abstract number 282, and the William Mann Survey, abstract number 357. This property is located in the Road Corridor District and it is served by well and on-site sewage facilities. There are no streets proposed with this final plat. The final plat will access Acton Highway, Bob White Drive, Davis Road, and Durant Court. All comments have been addressed, and staff recommends approval as presented.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
Yes, I move that we approve the final plat of Tom Durant Farm, Lot 1, Block 1, in Precinct 3.
Second.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Next item, discuss and consider final plat of Cook's Cantina, Lot 1, Block 1.
This plat is the platting of a 5 acres tract for sale that is part of the Lewis Boatwright Survey, abstract number 33. This property is located in the rural district in Precinct 1 and will be served by well and on-site sewage facilities. There are no streets proposed to be constructed with this final plat, and the lot will access existing Nix Road. All comments have been addressed. Staff recommends approval as presented.
I'll make a motion to approve the final plat of Cook's Cantina, Lot 1, Block 1.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries 5-0. Next, adjourn into a public hearing to discuss and consider the replat of the OWD Ranch, Section A, Phase 1, Lot 6RA and 6RB. So at this time, at 22 minutes till 2, we'll adjourn into a public hearing. Yes, sir.
This replat is a subdividing of Lot 6 of the old WD Ranch, Section A, Phase 2. The property is located in the Road Corridor District in Precinct 1 and is and will be served by wells and on-site sewage facilities. These lots will be accessing the existing WD Court. As required by statute, notices of the public hearing were mailed to every property owner having property in this recorded plat. All comments have been addressed, and staff recommends approval as presented after you close the public hearing.
Okay. All right. So at this time, at 21 minutes till, or first of all, is there any public comment? All right. So at 21 minutes till 2, we're going to adjourn back into Commissioner's Court. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, Judge, I'll make a motion to approve the replat of Old WD Ranch, Section A, Phase 1, Lots 6R-A and 6R-B.
Second.
To approve the replat of the old WD Ranch Section A, Phase 1, Lot 6RA and 6RB, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Thank you.
Financial. We gotta pay the bills.
Oh, how could I think about it? Meeting you, how could we get by here? Our illustrious auditor, Ms. Stephanie Matlock, you want to pay the bills?
Yeah.
Do I hear a motion?
So this court, we have $883,617.45 for the period of July 16th through August 5th. The auditor's office has reviewed all invoices and recommends payment.
Okay.
Move that we pay the bills in the amount of $883,617.45.
Second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank y'all very much.
We have to go to the executive session.
Not done.
Executive session, right?
Yeah.
Good item is
It's 14, 16, I'm sorry.
at this time, we're going to convene into executive session to discuss 5.551.071. minutes till 2. We're convening into the Commissioners Court. No action. Executive session. Do I hear a motion?
I move that we allow the county attorney to handle the case, call number C 2025333, to handle that going forward.
Second.
Maybe request county attorney to.
Whatever he said.
Leisure. Second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. It's yours.
Take it away there.